Hello and welcome to our first look at Frostpunk 2, the exciting city builder where you live in an absolutely frozen, desolate hellscape in England. Even worse, even more terrible as you can imagine. This game has been, it's coming out tomorrow. We're on an early access thanks to the folks at 11-Bit Studios who've hooked us up. We're going to be doing some of the story today. We're going to be checking it out. We're going to be doing it with chat integration. So the Twitch chat on the other side of the screen is going to participate and be part of our Twitch council today, getting to vote on various laws that come up throughout. Frostpunk 2 is a challenging game in which planning ahead is crucial and failure a natural part of the experience. If you're a veteran or enjoy a challenge, you might try with officer, otherwise start a citizen. Prologue. We're going to go at Steward, because I have played the entirety of Frostpunk 1 through, and I would go for Captain, except I'm leaving decisions mostly up to chat today, so, we got to at least try to get through things. In 1887, the world froze to death. Civilization crumbled, and the failing British Empire built generators to support cities of evacuees, cities that would become the last on Earth. Whether huddled by a generator or out in the open Frostland, those that survived were shaped by the ordeal. 30 years later, they all became very different people. No pause and your progress will be saved on exit only. No, we're gonna need to pause. Gonna have to pause. England is just a hellscape, it's true. You did your bit for the shield, thank you. Always appreciate it. Captain?
Do you hear us?
A generation ago, we fled the crumbling British Empire.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do some bad British accents today. Jeez, man, put on some pants.
New London together. United. We survived 30 years of whiteouts.
This is the plot of the first game.
But the world around us is dead. Empty.
Ripe for taking. The city flows.
Vestas.
Merely surviving.
This guy's got to be cold. Completely naked out in this frost.
After all, it's us who survived the end of the world.
Yes.
Uh-oh. The old British man is dead. Now the youth will take over. We've been roaming the frozen desert for years. Many of us do not remember a world before the Great Frost. Another whiteout is coming and we've reached the old machine. Again, we rely on its furnace to provide heat through the storm. In the past, we've always made sure there's enough supplies for the next whiteout, but our numbers have grown through the years. Providing for everyone is getting harder and harder. We must survive. So pretty. Cool. I've been watching a lot of Snowpiercer recently, the TV show. It's really got me in the mood for this game. and also like a pretty good show while also being really bad at the same time. The old dreadnought remains in pieces under the snow, but the scattered wagons have resources inside. We must break the ice to reach the oil wagons and construct an extraction district to use it. We can turn on the dreadnought's furnace to heat us. Whiteout arrives in 88 weeks. Frost break an oil wagon and construct an extraction district. Turn on the furnace in the dreadnought wreck. Whoa. Dreadnought wreck, dreadnought furnace. That's that part. Okay. Oil wagons. Press T to see the tutorial. There are various district abilities available for the district panels. One example is emergency shifts. District abilities are available from the beginning of the game. They can be constructed by building certain buildings, assigning laws. They are toggleable, yada, yada, yada. Regular blah, blah, blahs, blah, 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 blahs. Here we go. The dreadnought wreck is a furnace that serves as a heat generator. You need to turn the furnace on. In this case, oil is the only available fuel. Once you've recovered it, you can turn on the furnace by clicking the on button. The furnace uses as much available fuel as is needed to fulfill the heat demand. Vertical indicator demands shows how much heat demand is fulfilled in gray. Red part is not done yet. You can also view the overdrive, which increases it, but also increases wear. If it fills up, it will cause a malfunction. Yeah, Districts are the base of your economy. Build them and provide shelter. Districts have a number of tiles needed to begin construction. Oh, we've gone like hex-based in this one. Cool. Keep a lookout for the indicator circle. Shows how many tiles you have to click for construction to begin. Click the tick to confirm. Available tiles are white. Click on them until the indicator circle is full. Selected tiles are yellow. Resource depots need to be built. You need to begin selecting tiles. For example, build an extraction near the oil depot. Extraction depot. So we have construction wagons, oil wagons, oil wagons. Oil wagons, seal colony, fertile soil, maintenance wagons, fertile soil, fertile soil. This is a cool little map. Select 3 tiles. Oh, and it has to be next to the furnace. Click on them until the indicator circle is full. Oh, I see. I do not see. Frost break to an oil wagon. I guess I have to do that first. We literally, I don't think can reach. Near generator. Food districts grows food in fertile soil. Provides shelter, houses, and other dwellings. Great. So it has to be 6 tiles for the housing. Frost break area. There we go. Teams of workers with heavy equipment breaking ice and preparing ground so that the camp can be extended. I'm assuming I need to break the actual thing itself. This is cool. I like the way that it does it, like the zoning. And we have these giant machines. Wow. Yeah, in the first game, it was just like you'd have guys out basically like shoveling little pathways everywhere. Scraps. Scraps are a stockpilable resource that can be spent on frost baking, funding construction, or using specific actions. Scraps are collected weekly. Everybody provides their share. The bigger the community, the more they contribute. You can use take scraps on wanderers, which will increase the number of scraps, but also worsen your relation and lower your trust in a leader. You can also return scraps, which does the opposite. We have a community of 3,000 members roaming the cold, harsh world for many years. Tighten the belts, ration their food, take their scraps, or return their scraps. Great. Now let's get our extraction districts. I assume I want these like away from the furnace. And then probably frost break into here. Do I have to do all 8? Feels a little foolish. But I guess so. All right. Progress bar is the max tiles you can assign at once. I was watching some YouTube videos on this week. It wasn't well described. Had to pick it up through context clues. We are hurting on heat. 10 houses available. No food. No materials. Temperature is dropping. 3,000 population, 1,200 workforce. I don't know what this third part is. Cold. Cold is a measure of how cold it is. That makes sense. Notable cold. Minor disease. Absent hunger. Absent squalor. What do you call an espresso with a cold? Coffee? Caracas, hello, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Your pop needs shelter. If not provided, cold will aggressively rise. Shelter is provided in housing districts. Other types of districts also need heat. If heat is in demand, cold will rise. Build them close to heat and it's better. I'm assuming I also want this scrap. Wow, this is really coming along fast. That housing district is done, but I am still shy on shelter. But I don't have enough scrap to make any more. Might be what the what we call the old whoopsie. So is this a train? Yes. Or some sort of train like machine. As the thick black liquid oozes through the pipe, our people rejoice. The carcass of this old machine is a testament to the hardships that made us, but more importantly, it's our haven in the storm. It has allowed us to weather many whiteouts and will do so again. We have oil, we can turn on the furnace. Ba 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 ba. Output and demand. Output is the total amount outputted. For example, food output can be increased by building food. Working district also increases demand. When output equals demand, you see a golden icon. When output is higher than demand, you see a positive number next to the icon. Demand is increased by the needs of your people. When output is lower than demand, you see a negative number. Districts, buildings mostly increase heat and material demand. The furnace is on. We have enough oil to cover our needs, but the cold will still affect our people until they have proper shelter. Housing will best protect us. If it's built in close proximity to other housing or the furnace itself. We need prefabricated parts for construction. The rest we need to extract from wagon wreckages. Structures require prefabs assembled at the construction site. You can obtain prefabs from ruins or other deposits by building extraction districts. When you run out of prefabs to build anything, demolish a district to get back all the prefabs. Got ya. Build 2 housing districts. Need to wait a week. Need a bit more scrap. These are like little oil wells, basically. Demanded 20 heat. 40 heat, affecting other districts. Frostbreak to a construction wagon and build an extraction district to make prefabs. We're already on that. Oh, I see. If it's next to the other houses, it's also hot. But I don't have that stuff frostbroken. 300 workforce and 30 scraps. I mean, that feels like the right idea. Get as much around the dreadnought as I can. We're happy on heat. We're making oil. Consider throwing the children into the furnace. You get a bunch more fuel and they'll be warm for the rest of their lives. That's not a bad idea, honestly. Would solve some of this housing crisis as well. Fox, how we doing? Good to see you, brother. Come on, lads, dig up that snow. Ice up that frost. Had to hop in and see what you're thinking of it. So far, so good. I cannot complain. I guess let's go like that. I mean, this is the tutorial level, so I think the game's going to be relatively kind to me. Just for this level. We've established some heat and shelter. We must now turn our attention to the incoming whiteout. We must prospect the small patches of fertile soil suitable for growing food and store it in easily accessible depots. We must move quickly so nobody starves. Huddle the camp close together, easier to trap the warmth. How do I get down? I have to go that way. Ooh. Okay. Well, I can reach. I feel like there's no shortage of frost breaking that must be done. Can I only have one set of frost breaking at once? Yes, seems to be the answer. Food stockpile hub. Stockpile capacity for farm food is increased. Proximity workforce demand in neighboring food districts is decreased. Stockpile capacity for food is increased. Proximity to workforce. I mean, does that mean I want it near the houses here? Or do I want it near the food? I assume probably I want it near the houses. 30 heat and 20 materials. See how that works out for us. So I could go this way. A small colony of seals. There's also some oil and construction wagons. Or I could go up here where there's more fertile soil and maintenance wagons. I guess right now food is my concern. I'm still short on houses as well. We're going to need to frost break some more stuff here. I'd love to have a housing district just kind of like wrap around. Don't have to head off and awake way too many hours already. Jareth, take it easy, my dude. Sleep well. Look forward to the VOD on the weekend, always. I do wish I could zoom in a little closer. Just because I want to see what's happening. 15 registered sick. Unresolved problems in a city can make part of its workforce absent. These workers are temporarily excluded from your workforce. Two main types of absences, sick and injured. After being cured in hospitals, the sick will be cured. Injured will just rejoin over time. Having hospitals or triage accelerates the process. I don't even think I'm allowed to build hospitals at this point. That section is not broken, right? Yeah. Prospect that out. Get some more houses. That's why people are getting sick. They're sleeping out in the cold. And I guess we're probably going to want another food district here. While we have the scrap, we might as well. We've secured our immediate survival. We have to stockpile as much food as we can. To do that, we need to produce more food than our current demand. We're not stockpiling food. Oh, I'm really glad we decided to move up there. Some resources can be stockpiled when a city runs out of a resource, meaning the output is bigger than demand. It goes into a stockpile, fills up slowly every day. Stockpiles are consumed when the demand is higher. Stockpile is limited by storage capacity. You can expand by building stockpile hubs. There are 3 different hubs for different resources. In the prologue, only the food stockpile is available. Stockpile hubs provide positive area of effects when built in proximity to districts that produces or requires the same resource. You can see which district can be affected in the panel. It is not lost after deactivating or destroying a stockpile hub. You're just losing the ability to stockpile more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna wait till this breaks because I want to make sure we got room. Pay attention to where you construct districts, as area of effects may give them positive or negative effects. Environmental circumstances, proximity to other districts. Area effects are applied when at least 3 district tiles are located within it. When constructing any district, a tooltip will indicate if there is an area of effect. 1 dot represents 1 tile under its influence. It is beneficial to place housing districts near other housing districts to benefit from mutual heating. Very good. Got no scraps, honey. Got to cash out. So if I was to build like a food district, not a food district, a stockpile there, and then say have a housing district there, oh, do they max out? Ah, they do. They do indeed. So that would give maximum benefit to both those districts. All right, we are stockpiling. And we have a new conundrum. Pouring sands in his hands. We've been here so many times, the soil is depleting. A couple more and there will be no point erecting the hothouses. There will be nothing to grow food on. The yield is so low, either we pull emergency shifts or we tighten our belts. Otherwise, there might not be enough for everybody. We might not be able to fill food stockpiles without exceptional measures. Consider asking the wanderers to tighten belts or instill emergency districts. Optional. Stockpiles ready in 236 weeks at the current rate. Whiteout arrives in 63 weeks. Food demand per capita is decreased. Hunger is increased. Or we can order emergency shifts. Production efficiency is increased, but trust falls. Workers in food district double shifts. Disease also increased. Okay. The seals are down here somewhere. I want to work towards them. I just need to make another food storage. Each day the wind grows fiercer, relentless. It beats against our buildings, weakening our structures gust by gust. Without raw materials to repair the damage, our districts will deteriorate. The more we build, the more materials we need. This is the world we know. Promise to gather more materials. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, we gotta get to those mats then. $150 over there. $150 over there. We gotta have to make that push. And I think I'll just build this guy right here, so at least he touches 2 districts. How much does he increase capacity by? 15,000. So I'm gonna need a couple of those if I have to stockpile 40,000. I'm also thinking, like, do we tighten the belts here as well? $94 weeks? That's almost enough. 14.4. Oh, yeah, the seal colony is 400K. So we definitely need to get down to that, like, ASAP. How much does this cost? 30 scraps. All right, look, we're plus 6 houses. We have a food surplus. Our materials are scarce. How much does one of these provide? Also, why aren't you working? Resource depot nearly depleted. $20 a week. That's it? That's it? This definitely would have been the quicker path to get the stuff. This gives me immediate access to supplies and food, though. And I'm pretty sure if we get one more food district online, we're good for that. So let's just frost break. FYI, 236 is greater than 63. Not wrong. A mysterious symbol. One of our frostbreaking crew discovered the frozen remains of a man in a tattered uniform. The New London Scouts' 3rd Platoon with an obscure insignia. Some of our elders claim it belongs to a military organization, while others argue it's religious. Maybe you have heard of this New London before and can settle their debate. Oh, cool. So in the first game, you often had to pick between the kind of like the two trees were order and faith. New London is a city of discipline that will follow strong leadership and where militant squads keep the peace. Create a continuity in which New London has embraced order. Or New London is a devotion that establishes a new religion and follows the guidance of zealous clergy. We'll create a community in New London which has embraced faith to survive. Dude, I gotta take faith. You gotta have New London be a cult. Always gotta opt for the cults. That's the rule. All right, lads, keep digging. Prefabs are different than materials. Your materials. Your prefabs, I understand. Probably should have built the food first. You know what? I can't tear you down, can I? All right, whatever. $140 prefabs and 60 scrap. Oof. Yeah, I think I made a big mistake building that first. We're not too far off, though. Chuck, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. All right, I just gotta wait for this 60. Am I out of this? Deactivated. No access to resource deposits. Yes, so I can demolish this. and get my prefabs back. We also have a conundrum. My knees ache, my fingers are stiff, I can't hold the needle anymore. I've lived a full life and it warms my heart to see little Betty and Jacob play by the evening fire, but maybe this is it. I've talked with the other elders. If it comes to it, we will go. I won't let my grandchildren starve. People are ready to sacrifice themselves to lower the food required. I don't think we need to do that. I appreciate their gusto. But I firmly believe if I can get this farm up and running, we'll be aces. Seals! We haven't seen them since the Great Frost. How did they survive? There's enough meat there to feed everybody. Should we slay them if the Lord spared them from the end of the world? Yeah, I mean, probably. Let's eat everything that we can. God, I'm going to need another one of these food stockpiles as well. Need to give this a try eventually. It looks like a lot of fun. We're just diving into it right now. It's been nice so far. I missed the cutscene after the prologue. Let's watch that if you don't mind. Oh, absolutely. I don't mind in the slightest. So this guy is making materials. This guy is also making materials. I'm actually making a totally unnecessary amount of materials. Whoopsie. Jackleberry, thank you for the biddies. I'll make sure an ad doesn't play. Just in case. Food. Oh, could I have done that? Oh, I didn't realize this counts as a bridge. Oh my god, I went like this crazy path up here. I could have just cut in this way. You live and learn. We don't have enough prefabs, making further construction impossible. There may be some prefabs left in the construction wagons. If not, we can try to salvage prefabs by demolishing one of the hubs. Does that mean... Yes, it does. I have to take one of these down then. That's 80. That'll give us 50, so I can build one more hub. That will give me 15, 30. That'll be literally just enough. I think I screwed up not getting this food online quick enough. What's this? Resource nearly depleted. This just takes workforce and scraps. Let's start that frost break. I think I'm gonna need those seals. Stockpile's ready in 40 weeks, but that's assuming that this doesn't break down, which it for sure is. Cold season heat demand is increased. The wind is getting colder. It's coming. Well, I can't really fix that. That's also running out there. What? Is that allowing me to break there on that side? That's a little confusing. Sure. Oh, it's just like automatically cleared that little bit of hill. Yeah, for sure we're going to need these guys. So far, the crew has a bard and a thief. Going to be an interesting adventure. Curious as to what you're thinking about playing. I'm right now probably a fighter. I was kind of thinking about playing a Canadian lumberjack for D&D. D&D or CNC, I guess. This week has been a little crazier than planned, so I haven't been able to, I got some time set aside tonight to actually, like, build my character. Safe choice. Wait, do that? Fighter lumberjack? I thought it would be a classic. The little bit that I read about Castles and Crusaders was that it's very, don't expect to survive. So I thought playing just, like, a regular Joe kind of made sense to me. All right, I can't get rid of any of the oil. I think I'm going to have to break down this materials deposit. $70 prefabs. What I'm beginning to realize is like I can't. This has 6 weeks of food left. 9 weeks of food left. 28 weeks of food left. Yeah, if I don't have all of my food districts online, I think I'm just like out of luck. 140 prefabs for construction. Oh, you're a prefab district down here. I didn't even realize this. What a damn fool I am. Am I going to be able to get to this quick enough? That's going to be the real question now. And I'm not sure. Should that be a barb? Oh, maybe. Might be a barbarian. Surgery yesterday. I feel you. Oh my god. That's a busy week. Very old school feel. Enemies are all the murder hobos. How big is the population? We're a population of 3,000. This is just the prologue, though. Consider too big, too small. Sounds like it's almost overloaded. I think there's a lot. We're just this is very much the prologue, so it's like it's teaching me to be like, hey, you need to plan out what you go for. People in the camp are getting tense. They worry we won't gather enough food. The hunters blame us for ignoring the seals and claim they would have been able to provide enough food for everyone. It's too late for that now. Many elders volunteer to walk into the Frostland rather than be a burden on your resources. Their sacrifice would significantly reduce the rations we need. What should we do? We'll gather the food. We can do it all, baby. Don't you even worry about it. Oh, you can't stop the demolition once it's started. Good to know. Overall trust reviled. No, neutral. Oh no, bad. The Wanderers no longer trust your leadership. They can only be pushed so far before the community breaks. If you don't address this, you're in danger of being exiled. 15 weeks to increase trust to accepted. Keeping promises, returning scraps, and canceling extended shifts. I can probably give them some scraps back. But let's I'm one off. All right, there's the food district we need. They've stopped bickering and they trust our leadership. We may yet survive. This fertile soil is all tapped. I don't know that we're gonna. 915 is a lot bigger than 27. That ain't looking too hot right now. Get that back online. That's starting to run out of oil as well. So we better get another oil district online. That's starting to run out of food. 31 weeks, this says. Favorable. Marginally increased by promising together, blah, 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 blah. I have a question, which is like... Increased by favorable wanderers, greatly decreased by emergency shifts. Does the city run better if your trust is higher? I was just realizing I need to build another one of these food stockpile hubs. At least one. Our stockpile is almost full. We need more for the whiteout. The food wagons themselves will be buried under snow. We should prepare to build more warehouses. I'm working on it. This has got 11 weeks left. Uh-oh. We gotta turn the overdrive off. Let him freeze, let him freeze, let him freeze. I guess. All right, I'm going to overdrive these seals. And we're going to overdrive them. That puts us at 13 weeks. It's going to be tight. We're coming in hot. Are your ice peasants illiterate? Because if so, we can all start misspelling. I don't know that, like, we don't have a school or anything. I feel like they're probably not the most literate. Oh, I literally have every single person working. We couldn't do more if we wanted to. We might as well get that material depot up. 6 weeks of food, where I'm literally coming in 2 weeks under the buzzer here. We're cooking with gas. Heat's back to normal as well because we have less districts online. Let's go, babies. We did it. We secured enough food to survive the incoming whiteout. Our workers made some last minute prep before the storm arrives. We should try to keep our people warm this time. We will survive. Wait until the whiteout hits. Oh, I guess I don't need to tighten the belts anymore. Can I untighten belts? They like me. They really like me. Why did the world freeze over? Climate change? I think. The whiteout is here. The preparations are over. Here's your cutscene. There's your cutscene. Is that it? When the whiteout hit the camp, the wanderers were ready. Everyone was thankful. We acted fast and gathered enough food in time. The miracle of the seal colony strengthened our hope that our journey will lead to a promised land. Our elders have added this story to our great tale alongside warnings about a sinful city that still pumps smoke into the sky. I saved the seals and I didn't expel everybody. I got a special achievement for that. We survived the end of the world. Now what? We need to build a giant train that travels the entire globe. Create a complicated class structure inside of it. Oh, that's a fancy looking city. The old captain is dead. New London is weak. Food is low. Overpopulation looms. Coal is running out. People yearn for a future worth dreaming of. But is it the same future for all? Keep the city together. Or hold its hand on its deathbed. This just looks like an industrial district, not a city. Chapter 1. Scraping the barrel. Thought I was toast there for a minute. Listen. I'm just keeping the suspense. We gotta look like we're dying at all times. That's the name of the game. Tackleberry, welcome back. Missed the cutscene again? It's not really much of a cutscene. Just basically says the captain is dead. London is dying. Hold its hand on its deathbed, or, you know. It just shows you the city. The captain is dead. He has weakened. Growing divisions brought city maintenance to a grinding halt. Now, New London is left to suffer the consequences. As Steward, it's your charge to lead, but you must prove yourself. The overcrowded city is low on resources. Use the warm year to build more shelter, secure coal, and get the generator back online. Frostbreak to a shallow coal seam and construct an extraction district. Whoa, that is quite the zoom out. This map is huge. In all directions? Wow, yeah, totally it is. Well, I mean, I go, let's see how far the edge goes. We're literally in the dead center of the map, aren't we? Yeah, we totally are. Not surprised by the death of the old captain strolling about naked in a wheelchair with that climate. You know, I couldn't agree more. Frostlanders community, the Faith Keepers faction, the New Londoners community. Tension is notable. Progress. We build machines to carve our place in ice. We will improve ourselves with technology, rip resources from the frozen earth to sustain everyone. We will bend nature to our will, and we will thrive. Fighting against the cold is futile. We will not give in to the hubris of machines. The frost makes steel brittle. We will adapt, even if it requires sacrifice. Zeitgeist. If you monitor the zeitgeist of your city, zeitgeist means spirit of the time. Direction of your city on 3 axes: technology, economy, and society. The laws you pass, buildings you build, and the choices you make will impact the zeitgeist. At the same time, your communities have a natural tendency to favor solutions over others. Relationships will change based on how their views are aligned with the current zeitgeist. The more you develop the city in the direction, the more positively it affects your relation. See what a given community or faction supports, click their image, hover over the icons. Watch as your decisions shape everything. Factions are groups of citizens united by a common and clearly defined ideology that seek to implement it in all aspects of the city. In the 3 fields, factions are more radicalized and better organized, which can be advantageous in certain situations. If your relations are positive, you can ask them to perform special things. But if they disagree, the opposition can be more fierce. They will propose extreme or radical ideas to be implemented. They will also engage in disruption, such as rallies and protests. Fervor measures how many radicals are active. Radicals increase tension, violence, and civil war. When a faction opposes your actions and directions, you need to maintain good relations and de-radicalize them with a community from which the faction origins in a special prison building. This is important for you, chat, because you're in charge of city council. Ooh, my God. We have housing, food, extraction, industrial, process materials into prefabs and goods, logistics, send charting expeditions to the Frostland and transport resources between the city and its colonies, a research institute, unlocks the idea tree, council hall. Well, obviously you guys want me to build that. All right, first things first. Stockpiles, heating hubs. We need to frost break to a shallow coal stream. Sheltered from wind. Sheltered from wind. Shallow coal. Prefabs. Shallow coal. Abandoned ruins. What's down this way? Frozen forests. They seem worthwhile. In the meantime, we'll work towards those prefabs. For 1, 2, 3. Those are 400 prefabs. Let's go to those first. Construct new housing districts to address the lack of shelter. Central district. With the generator. Yada, yada, yada. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. All right, so clearly the answer here is just like build them in these little locations. Not really seeing any reason not to build full sets. I like how the tension is just like a boiling boiling oil. Cool. And if you hold down Alt, you get this like overview. It does pause whenever you press this. Good soil up there. There's infinite soil over here. It requires deep melting drill. An old way station. Shallow iron. An old way station. Frozen forests. Cool. Very cold. Very cold. It's a huge old map. Buildings. Yep. Yep. Don't have many buildings to start. Research building provides you access to the idea trees. I guess I need to frost break some areas open if I want to build that, though. Can I build that, like, anywhere? That's confusing. Oh, these are huge. All right, these are going to be temporary districts here anyway. Tension is at the bottom. It arises as people get upset. Don't let it go crazy. I feel like we should probably make an effort to keep digging. Good enough. Have to work. Get those motors running. I do just want to see in terms of, because it said I could build that special building. In districts, if there's an empty building slot available inside of them. Oh, okay. Expanding districts. Expand districts to increase their scale and types of size, capabilities, more efficient, provide building slots. Click the expand button. Select new tiles and start the expansion. If there's not enough adjacent tiles, it cannot be expanded. Housing districts have no building slots upon construction. Contrary to other types of districts, this is why you need to expand if you want to build new buildings. Whoa. That's kind of neat. $50 heat stamps, 50 prefabs. Near extraction districts. Uh-huh. None of that's really dug out yet. But I can start doing that. For sure, we're going to need these materials. How many squares does this expansion need? 3. That's going to need like 6. Yeah, whatever. That's fine for now. I gotta dig out that area more. I can't even get to those prefabs. I can't build a big enough district. And I guess these are like heat pipes? Energy pipes? Cool. You can just kind of zoom in on anything you want. Terramare, hey, how you doing? Turn on the generator. We've secured a new coal deposit. It's part of the last vein of New London. There's still some deposits left, but they won't last for long. We need to improve our mining and use it efficiency, but the city's communities are voicing different ideas. We need to decide whose ideas are worth pursuing. Expand a housing district, build a research institute, build a new idea for coal mines, construct the newly researched building in an extraction district. All seems pretty clear to me. Oh. This is all frost broken already. I can just dig that right out. Didn't realize. Your heating bill's about to blow up. Yeah, I am running out of coal. Pretty rapidly.
The Steward appreciates all your adoring letters and will answer personally in due time.
That's cute. You know what? I'm just going to expand up there. So my frost breaking over here. I'm going to need room for all this coal extraction. I'm trying to make room to get those prefabs as well. Though I'm less in a rush for them right now. Pray a whiteout doesn't collapse it like last time. Don't say things like that, please. 111 weeks of coal. I mean, that's a fair bit of coal. The city grows. And you require 6. Yeah, so I'm going to have to dig out there as well. Ah, I do actually have access to food up here. Probably want to get that going. Might be an idea. Limited goods, materials, food, shelter. Man, everything sucks in the city. A baby! People gather around the generator tower as it wakes us with a thundering shudder and bestows heat on us yet again. This is the heart of the city, our last line of defense against the cold, our first hope for a future. Stewart, there's a couple who says their first child, a daughter, was born at the exact moment the generator sprang to life. They call her Lily May and ask that you bless her. You gave us hope back. Thanks to you, our child may yet have a future ahead of her. People are very hopeful. Love to see it. Now we can get a research building in here too. Bada boom. And then we can do some tech. On the upside, they can't hate you more than in the first game? I don't know. Tradition, reason, merit, equality, progress, adaptation. Notable tensions. Ain't digging anywhere right now. I'm gonna need more housing, and it looks like that's exposed to wind. That's stable. That's stable. Can't quite dig out all of it. So that's like a bad place to build. I suppose what I could do here is I could give them a little bit more room and just dig out like half of it. And then we could dig out the other half next. And that'll improve things at least a little bit. I'm excited to see this tech tree. See how intense it is. All right, that district's online. It is producing us prefabs, of which we actually have like quite a lot right now. I like that districts can heat each other up. Wish I thought of that a little bit better because I could have kept them closer. I'll only get the plus 20 heat if I have 3 pieces. Mm-hmm. So what's more valuable, the heat or the materials? I guess they both have their value.
Steward.
A small crowd gathers outside the new research institute arguing about how to exploit the last coal veins. The Faith Keepers and New Londoners want us to lean on machine-powered mining, but the Frostlanders would have us pursue a more frugal solution. They would never display such discord under the captain's rule. You have to choose who to entrust with developing their ideas. Open the idea tree. We need new ideas to move forward. Different communities may propose diverging answers to the same issue that will only pursue solutions that align with their worldview. Choose a community, develop an idea, and improve your relations with that community. I have a question. Where does chat council get to vote on these things? So the Frostlanders would like us to have dust coal mines. Mining operations where residue coal dust is sucked up and compressed into briquettes. Disease is slightly increased. Or blasting coal mines. Explosive drilling to rapidly exploit coal deposits generating noxious fumes. Squalor is increased. Okay, both the New Londoners and the Faith Keepers want us to blast coal mines. That's the bulk of the city. Equality, tradition, progress, adaptation. We're gonna have to go with that. There is meant to be chat integration, yeah. And part of me wonders, like, is it only for very specific events? Of which I'm not totally sure. Tensions are severe. We better do something about that. Dig out the rest of that crevasse. We need more money. Heat stamps. 9 a week. Oh, man. Oh, I guess we're about to get our first food building online. It's still not going to be enough. They happen once a year, the council meetings. Okay. I wondered whether or not maybe I also needed to build like the council city hall before they would occur. Why are you giving me notifications here? Housing insulation. Base heat demands of housing districts are decreased. Line everything with asbestos. Everyone agrees this is a great idea. Council meetings? No, we haven't had a council meeting yet. That's what I'm kind of like curious about. 40-40, okay. All the digging. Well, I definitely need more shelter, and I feel like that would be the #1 thing right now.
Do not keep your frozen departed indoors. Leave them outside for collection.
51 people sick. All right, let's get this housing district up and going. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I guess I can expand it afterwards. What a nice little home. Heat is bad because I make not enough coal. So I reckon that's the next step. We'll need another 40 stamps. Such relief to have you back on, generator. Oh, holy generator, provider and sustainer. Our light, our heart, our shining beacon. Hear our prayer. Make us instruments of your light that we may fill the hearts of our flock with your radiance and forever fight against the cold of the frost. May you forever warm our path. The Faith Keepers love the generator. It is God to them. We'll learn in 40 years that this was a bad idea. You won't be voting for Justin? Well, as long as you don't vote for the fascists. I'll take the lesser of my two evils. Coal! That'll be a good solid coal seam. I'm hoping by creating more coal, it will just create more heat. Due to cold, some of our people have frozen to death. 80 people have frozen to death. Folks, I am working on it. I promise you. New building proposed by the Faith Keepers, a blasting coal mine. $80 heat stamps. And 60 materials. Aha. Well, I see the problem there. A cold wave has taken lives in the city. People were found frozen in the open streets, but in houses and workplaces as well. The air is thick with grief and anger. People fear the horror of the years past will return under your leadership. They want the council to ensure new laws and help fighting the crisis. Reassuring them would be prudent. So, Matt's come in over here. The only way for me to get to this is the diggy hole. Here we go. On track for population control. If they're dead, they don't yap. Hiya. That got us to 10 coal. Negative 10 coal. That's close.
When an ill person dies in bed, boil the sheets thoroughly before reuse.
80. What happened there? It's getting colder. That's all I can pick up here. All right. I need the materials. District employment can be manually controlled in a district panel. By selecting the percentage, you can scale operations in a district, reduce the required workforces. Oh, that's good to know. I guess one thing I could do right now is OT. Trust falls, but also nobody's cold anymore. And that kind of seems important. Gordy, how we doing? How's the game so far? I did hear it's far different compared to its predecessor. Yeah, it's definitely got a different vibe to it. It's much less mini micromanagement of like individual buildings, and instead you're placing districts. So it's a macro scale compared to the micro scale of Frostpunk 1. Which, I'll be honest, I quite like. All right, those are the materials I need. So now we just need 80 heat stamps. 277 coal, 66 weeks of coal. I'll probably just mine this to oblivion and then put the big one in this new one. 18 died and 28 got injured during emergency shifts. Good grief. I need 300 workforce in order to build this blasting coal mine. Cold season. Heat demand is increased 175. Okay, what do I not need? Prefabs, probably. Operations using explosive drilling rapidly exploit coal deposits, generating noxious fumes. Yeah, let's build it out here. Seems like the right choice. Between the gold and red lines around the city, I think these are literally just like roads and power. I think it's meant to be like cars or people moving. The hustle and bustle of your city. Never liked the snow anyway. Love the snow. Wonder if I can pump this up. I cannot. 137. 83 sick people back to work. I could clock that into overdrive for a little bit. With the new mine, the impending doom of depleting coal is postponed, yet differences established between communities. The weakening captain wanted to establish a council to settle them, but didn't live to see it through. The first decision, whether you should continue to lead the city. We need a city council. 200 workforce and 80 heat stamps. Emergency shifts are over, everybody. I have good news. I guess stockpiling coal is not a bad idea. Build the city hall, pass a vote of confidence. Lurking here, see if it was something for you or not. Did play the first one and all its DLC on the 3 endings per thing. I mean, I think if you like the first game, you'll probably like this game. You're actually continuing New London from the first game. Your people moving at very high speed since the game happens in days and weeks, not hours. That makes sense. Enough debating. Let's put up a council. Put the stewardship to a vote. I'm working on it. This will supply us at least for a while. I have no goods. Which is like industrial district, I guess. Into prefabs or goods, yeah. Our workforce is back up to 200, which is what we needed to make this city council, so. Just gotta wait for the heat stamps. Snow makes for a great insulator. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. It's a bit of a cold insulator at times, but. All right, chat. That's you. This is your city hall.
Help us keep you warm. Report all leaks and damages to the nearest maintenance office.
Help us help you. The council gathers for the first time, and you can now vote on new laws. Anticipation fills the air as the council opens. The captain ruled with a firm hand for years, but those times died with him. Now, chat wants their say. The Faithkeepers are the only organized faction and have a strong opinion on everything. They are devoted to what they claim was the captain's vision, a godly society built on progress, equality, and tradition. New Londoners and Frostlanders clash over our survival strategy. Neither has a firm stance on economic or social issues. And those who kept the faith those who view the Faithkeepers with contempt for their new role in London's history, but to keep to the shadows for now. Based on your handling of the coal crisis, your first decision is whether you should maintain your role as steward. Hear ye, hear ye. This is cool. I like this. Can't wait to pay taxes. Taxes are great. Taxes are how all of our cities run. When you return to the council in the future, you will be able to propose new laws, but for now, a special vote needs to happen. The communities of New London have to accept you as their leader. If you fail, this is the end of your rule. People are divided. 420 against 20, hesitant 60. I am tolerated. Frostlanders, New London. Where are the Faithkeepers? Ah, they're a small little group. Followers of the religious movement established by the captain, seeking ascension in technology, communal, traditional, devoted to the captain's memory. 12% of the city. Progress, equality, and tradition. Community service, contagion prevention, and childhood family apprentice. Hold evening prayers. Send the Faithkeepers to pray with the people and preach that the better days lie ahead. Good relations give you serenity sermons. Tension is decreased. The Frostlanders want expedition support. The colonies of Frostland outposts tried to establish a permanent foothold beyond the city. The whiteout years destroyed that dream, but taught them the value of adaptation and grit. And then New Londoners. So it's basically urban, rural, and the church. Attached to the city and its generator, the citizens of New London have stayed together through thick and thin. They value technology, which they credit for getting them through the great storm. City development effort, community service. Okay. 2/3 majority is required to pass the vote. Negotiate. The Faith Keepers actually don't like me. And I feel like they're the make or break in this decision. Fancy council chambers. This is cool. All my classes in political analysis and love of game theory comes together. Should the Steward remain in power? My terms is I want you to vote yes. Their terms are build a blasting coal mine. Did I already do that? Steps towards progress. Steps towards tradition. Organize our production lines to increase goods production. What are my deals with like New London? Put less pressure on workers. Workplaces must keep machines powered around the clock. Workplace demands are decreased. Squalor is marginally increased. Automated logistics bay. Frostland team output, but requires 500 workforce. And a mechanical factory. Semi-automated machinery to produce construction prefabs and domestic goods with a streamlined workforce. 40 heat demands. Squalor is slightly increased. Last but not least, what do the Frostlanders want? Expedition support. Exploration time is decreased. Use a community action on the Faith Keepers. Condemn the members of the Faith Keepers. They will lose members and potentially lose seats on the council. Or build a survivalist headquarters, base of operations where staff officers subject hand-picked scouts to intensive drilling and overseas exploration. Vote for this and I'll do it. Flagellate a bit and they'll love you. All right, look. There are things in here I definitely agree with. Right now, I have a workforce problem. Which I feel like semi-automated machinery would help. Research an automated logistics bay. Machines manufacture expedition equipment on demand to minimize personal and storage needs. I'm going to agree to build a manufacturing factory. What happens if I just don't do it? The Frostlanders enact a law, a community action, or research a survivalist headquarters. Adaptation seems kind of useful. But the Faith Keepers want build a coal mine, mass produce goods. All citizens are provided for what they need to survive for free, including basic rations and clothing. They actually changed. This was not what they asked for last time. Step towards equality. I like equality. I'll pass that law. If you don't do it, is there a trust gauge? There is a trust gauge, yeah. 64. 64 for. 67 for.
Law has been approved.
A Steward you shall remain. There are challenges ahead. Expanding coal extraction is a great success, but the vein will only last so long. We must find more fuel. Okay, so I have to do some jobs. I have to research a mechanical factory. Oh my god. Oh, there's so many tech trees. Salvaging factory, mechanical factory, mechanical factory. Good, great news. The Faith Keepers also want the mechanical factory. So we just need the money for it. And we need to pass free essentials. But the council is in recess for 10 weeks. We also need to build more of literally everything. So I don't really have a lot of workforce left. I feel like food. 600 workforce for food. Oh, man. Okay, so I guess housing is the answer then of what I actually need to build first. Do I have this dug out? I do not. So I guess it's gonna be you. I suppose I could also expand districts. Something to consider. Scottish, how we doing? You missed about 2 hours. We're on the first part of the story. We just started a council. They haven't really had a proper vote yet. But they're getting there. I'm prioritizing housing because I figure more housing means more workers. Not even one Sept chat voted. Yeah, it's a bit surprising. Cores. I guess that's for more like heating. 2 more days. Wow, that law came up fast. Council time. City, rule, city. Basic necessities. Production efficiency is slightly increased. Heat stamp income is slightly increased. Trust rises. This just seems like a Oh, I see. Okay. I have to vote for paid essentials or for free essentials. Guided voting cannot be invoked. So, do you guys have things like on the pop out on Twitch? On the little thing on that side of the screen? That allows you to say what you want on this? Won't negotiate, won't negotiate. What do the Frostlanders want? A gleaning harvest hangar. Expedition support. Like, I feel like everybody wants this anyway. Saying all the categories are empty?
The votes are in. The measure.
Yeah, why don't you get to vote? Do you only get to vote in Utopia mode? Community is at last mission still with 3,000 wanderers. Maybe the plugin is just a little busted.
Law is in effect.
Trust tension is absent. Favorable. Neutral. Neutral. Well, we need 80 for that. Build a logistics district on an old way station and find a permanent source of fuel outside the city. I can't even dig right now. Why is that decreased? Thanks for in the last mission, so it's not letting us vote on anything? It disconnected it. There we go. The next vote is yours. I guess maybe the prologue just screws it up. Yeah, you can see it now as well. Excellent. All right, so we agreed we were doing mechanical factories. So let's start that research.
Steward.
Oh, the generator is on way too high. Turn overdrive off. I didn't realize we were just like cooking there. I am actually starting to run low on coal again. I need more workforce. That's the only reasonable thing. We have extra houses. Start making babies, people. We require additional babies. By like a lot. I need 600 people just to I think I'm gonna have to like shut down this district.
This week's free essentials allocation is available for collection at
If I want to get to this
warehouse.
outpost. Ah. One square off. One square off on both of them. That's brutal. Aha! I can get to this one. So we'll dig out that way. Plants are dwindling a lot. It's a bit hard to keep things up and running when it's this cold. Resources nearly depleted. 49 weeks. Deposits run low. Coal is running out. Some of the coal deposits in this district will soon run out. The Faith Keepers and New Londoners believe they can use explosives to access deeper veins of coal. The Frostlanders say we should send children for mist ore into the tighter tunnels. Some did this as kids themselves in the abandoned mine outpost, and they survived unscathed. Available coal in all deposits increases by 10. Increases by 15. Listen, if there's one thing we know for certain, it's that the children yearn for the mines. I'm going to take the 15 because it also boosts like the one group that doesn't particularly like me as much. Which seems like a good idea. All right, council. Councilman. We have 4 more days. In my day, we survived in the asbestos-ridden hovels. If I could do it, you could do it too. I'm going to need 400 workforce for this. Oh my god, where am I going to get 400 workforce? I guess I could decrease housing across the board. That actually worked. Just enough. It also brought our coal numbers down. When one door closes, the first crack. Steward, the Faithkeepers have begun their monthly processions, visiting each door in the city as a symbol of the captain's presence alive in every home. A select group of Frostlanders refuse to leave their doors open. We aren't getting in the way, we just don't want strangers barging into our home. We're all one flock under his wing, urged a priest. How can we be united if one of us steps away? A subgroup of Frostlanders will oppose the decision. Subgroup of Frostlanders will support the decision. Or don't do anything and everybody gets mad. I guess privacy is not a thing in our community. The church can enter at any time. London loves this. They're in favor. Shall we? Check some stuff. Guard enforcers. Keep down disruptors. Guided voting. The steward may declare a motion vitally important to the city's survival, curtailing debate and convincing many wavering delegates to support it. Propaganda, secret police, martial law. Funerals. Family apprenticeship. Percentage of active workers is increased. Citizenship, community service, expedition support, city development effort, heat pipe watch, service exemptions. Food additives. Citizens will provide some food. Or food production is increased, but disease is marginally increased. Goods, durable goods. Goods demand per capita is decreased, or good production efficiency is increased. We're not even making goods right now. Main district creates prefabs. Well, there's a lot of prefabs we have access to. Exploration time is decreased. Heat stamps income per capita is increased. I feel like heat is something we're always going to be fighting for. In a weird way, even though this is only Faithkeepers, I'm going to propose this law. Recruit Viewers Council. Oh, I see. So I gave you guys 60 votes, which is probably too many. I thought you got 60% of the votes, but I didn't understand how this works. Can you guys see this in the thing on the side? Law proposed voting in 10 weeks, 0 days. Okay, I have to keep it open. I think I maybe clicked that too fast. I'm not sure. You might have to try again. I feel like people will vote favorably in terms of the New Londoners and the Faith Keepers. Frostlanders, maybe not so much. But I don't know, man. Everybody needs heat. Refresh to be able to revote. You think you've voted? So there's meant to be a thing where it like picks 30 people from chat. There we go. Yes. We'll definitely adjust this number down a little bit. 60 seems like a lot of votes for chat. Though I don't know. Let me know your thoughts. Do you have to be on it at the beginning? It should just be on like the left side of the screen. All right, let's see. All right, we got 10 votes in here.
The proposed law has been approved.
10 voted for Gordy, Victo, Noroth, Sauron, VM, Dura, Anti-Brian, Dr. Sean, Flyfisher, Christy. 0 against. Maybe 60 is a fine amount of votes for you guys to get.
People of the city, your council has voted.
The percentage of the total votes in council that will consist of votes cast by chosen Twitch volunteers. Having this vote to 0 will not disable the option to trigger the voting. How many people will be able to volunteer to be randomly chosen to vote during council law vote sessions? Okay, so it will pick 30 of you. I think it will actually just pick all of you because I have that section turned off. Equality, progress. Get a little equality going. We can chat, vote for less privacy and more menial work. Oh, cool. Oh, I thought these were like ships or like snowcats or something. We can now survey the frozen lands around New London. The highlands, the gorge, the foothills, the frozen bay. Overpopulation and dwindling fuel forced many residents of New London to take refuge in temporary shelters built around a small hot spring. Its inhabitants wait for conditions to improve enough for them to return home. I feel like what we need is population right now, so. Frozen Bay, the foothills, the gorge, the highlands. We're looking for oil, right? Coal? I guess coal in the foothills, maybe. This area had an old coal mine. Maybe there's some leftover coal. Possible findings is just people. Dangerous. It requires 20 Frostland teams. Okay, so I guess I'm going to the foothills. $15 weeks to chart. Guard squads. Oh my god. Trail construction. Basic quality trade routes allow shipping of any resource. Imagine if you had 10,000 viewers and only needed 51 votes. I imagine it would just be like a percentage, right? So that's it's set to like 60% right now. So, like, if everyone on Twitch really wanted something, they could probably outweigh the council. For good or for bad. And hopefully that'll get us some permanent coal. Bye. Who knows what kind of diversity there will be with any A or nay. All depends on what the people want. Fire in the shaft. The coal is running out. A fire is broken out in the coal mine. If we don't react, we'll lose the mine along with the deposit. Some of the faith keepers engaged in the rescue effort insist we can save the mine by cutting off the air supply and suffocating the flames. But some of the children are still making their way out. It'll suffocate them too. Do we save the deposit and kill off the child miners? Or do we evacuate the workers? The child miners will be saved, but the blasting coal mine will be destroyed and the district's remaining coal reduced by 50%. Suffocate the children or evacuate the workers. Chat, this one's on you. I'm gonna let you guys decide this ethical dilemma. This is the hot kind of ethical dilemma that I can get behind. Oh, I can just click that little circle. Oh, here you go. Never mind. Ignore that vote. Go for the real vote. Now you can vote with the app. Cool. Thank you. Bobby, appreciate that a lot. Oh no, a cave-in and the kids lost. Anyway, we have all the coal we need. This is neck and neck. 56 to 44. 60-40. I'm gonna give you another 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 50, 55, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, whoever gets the next vote in is making the decision. It comes down to this. Chat hates children. Listen, chat just loves coal, I'm pretty sure. If anyone has a vote, you're the tiebreaker. Evacuate the workers. The child miners will be saved, but the city will probably be destroyed. 1,500 more people live among us. Pop growth is a matter of how fast your city grows. Favorable situation in the cities increases pop growth. When issues are overwhelming, pop growth becomes stagnant. Steward. A new count has revealed significant growth in our pop. Some attribute the rise to an influx of settlers. Whatever the cause, we've adjusted the calculations. All right, so here's the thing. We have more people now. So we're going to turn all these districts back up, which is still not going to be enough. We're going to reactivate district so we can get prefabs, because we're going to need to start building like the Dickens. Uh-oh. $303 food left. That's not a good. $84. Why would you tell me how much is in all of these? For all 84? Okay. Lucky chat doesn't know who just doomed our city. All the kids these days play Minecraft. They yearn to return to the mines. They were in the mines. I mean, we did send them into the mines. What's going on here with this housing symbol? It's just saying we don't have enough homes. It's like all the coal left in the city. Can I expand a district? If I had 50 heat stamps, yes. We have a surplus of materials. So an industrial district could probably go pretty well. Demolished? What? Why are you trying to demolish my building? The blasting coal mine is being demolished because of that event. If I just pause that, does it not demolish it? I think I found a sneaky cheat around.
Bundle up. It's getting colder.
Maybe. Probably not, though. New Londoners are delighted you kept your word. You look upon your rule more positively. Trust rises. Great. Well, we're all dying right now, so... Oh, that was the machine factories. Advanced coal mines. Advanced blasting mines. Raging fire underground that will burn for 1,000 years. Great, I built that building and I don't even have the things to don't have the industrial district it needs. I also need more housing. It ain't always a little bit of something. Minus 300 on the coal. I guess we did manage to get a bit of a surplus going. Afraid of the cold after the mine collapse. I'm tired of people treating me like a baby, says Lucy Fairweather, 13. Minor. I knew it was risky working in the mine, but I chose it because Grandma froze to death, my mum froze to death, and me brother lost his hands. So if I died in the hole, stoking the fire, if I saved one family from seeing the ice of their mum's face, then it'd be worth it, see? But no one asked me. They let the coal burn, and now it's getting proper cold again. You see what you did, chat? They yearned. They wanted to be in the mines. You remember that you did this. You let those people freeze. You let those children get taken away from their joyous... Please 40 heat stamps. All right, we're going to build an industrial district.
Steward by post.
You voted to leave the
To
children in
avoid
Minecraft?
unnecessary queuing.
It's the right spot for them. One big problem I'm not doing is like most of my districts don't really touch. I didn't realize that you could build like industrial districts and stuff next to each other and they would get bonuses. We know that now. All right, food districts. You're going to need to go on overclock. Are you for real? This is barely denting my food. I'm gonna have to spend all my money frost breaking. Too busy eating the cats and dogs with this food shortage. Crime. Uh-oh. To the moment this coal runs out, I'm buckled. The stockpile allows for 5 days. Oh, good. Are we all ready to start freezing? Minus 360 heat. Six days left on this expedition. Is there an event? No, we just have to go out there. A rusted engine. We found a core. I don't know what a core does. Frostlanders. And an abandoned coal mine with a possible settlement. Over the years, they grew older and became citizens of New London. The last miners were ordered home by the captain, but we know some coal remains in the shaft. The approach trail is in poor condition, but we found a warehouse and prefabs the captain intended to use to improve it. Take them or leave them in place if we want to use the mine again. A mining complex once inhabited by children who over many years grew old and are now elder citizens of New London. Increase our supply by 250 coal until its 500,000 coal is depleted. Build a trail or a skyway. How does this work? Oh, neat. I need 175 heat stamps for this. The secondary engine of a dreadnought. Under its hull, we found a core. I mean, we might as well take that. I'll come back later. I don't need any more Frostlanders. And good grief. We're gonna need so much money. Don't leave your pets outside. Cores are for heavy machinery. Okay, okay. Like massive drills. Same paths for multiple routes. Yeah. 122 people froze to death. Chat, that's on you. We have a council, but will anything actually change? For years, the Faith Keepers just had their way. If this is a chance to block some of their idiotic ideas, we could show the city reason, convince them to adapt to the frost, embrace this new ice age, and tear ourselves away from our addiction to the generator. I'll speak with the others tonight. Those who disagree with Faith Keeper views gather to discuss how they can change the city. Ooh, what's this? 527 Frostlanders have organized in a faction. 4% of the city, the Evolvers. They prize cold rationality, personal achievement, and adaptation to the frost by any means necessary. They dislike heat pipe watch and free essentials. They train workers to drastically increase production. And they will periodically heal sick and injured a new faction. Also, we can pass more laws. I feel like we're having a bit of a food problem right now. City will approve chemical additives with tested and tolerable risk levels, or forged additives. Natural forged ingredients may be added to food. Frostlanders and the Evolvers. I don't really want disease. Council? I might do some negotiating here. The New Londoners are open to negotiate for this. What would you require me? A law for city development effort. Let the New Londoners choose the next law to be voted on in the council. Or research and hold a vote for machine-centric shifts. I kind of like this idea. We got 10 votes.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Crushed it.
The eyes
Oh no, 5 votes. With 1 against. We got some naysayers in there. Some evolutionists.
The delegates have reached a decision. A new law.
Idea tree, yada yada yada, negotiations, relations, access to Frostland, exploration, open, rugged, challenging, blocked, injuries and deaths. After researching settlement heating, outposts in Frostland can be turned into permanent settlements. You need to collect it via skyways. Trails are required for outposts and are built in sections. And the weather changes. Good news, it's about to get warmer. And we're actually making food again, thanks to that new law. 69 votes, always nice. So, can I start making a trail from these guys? We have enough to afford half of it. 18 died, 29 got injured. Cores are pivotal components of machinery from the era preceding the Great Frost, essential in upgrading the generator and constructing advanced buildings. Manufacturing tech of comparable quality is nearly impossible. You cannot produce cores. Consider every investment you make with them. I would like to upgrade the core. There's just like piles of scrap around. That's kind of neat. I wish I liked games like this, but games where it's just one text-based decision to another bore you to death. I mean, that's fair. That's why I like playing it with chat. Spices it up a little bit. All the bodies around the core. I was wondering if that was maybe what it was. Trust rises slightly. Hold the evening prayers. Make promises. Grant them an agenda. Fund their projects. Gain members and secure additional seats on the council. Ask the faith keepers to contribute to the good of the city. So I can have them lead prayers because it'll just help, and it will also make them stronger, which is kind of nice. Steward.
If you're unsure whether foreign
Train workers.
additive is safe
Requires them to be
consumption,
favorable. Cool.
consult your local scout office.
Do I need to have that pinned to there? I think I do. All right, we're actually doing okay on food, but that's only because we have everybody working double time. Well, I need to get that coal. That's got to be top priority right now. Can you just do that? Will that work? I have enough money for that. I sure hope that works. Connection point, like the first top right. All the points are outside connectors when connected to the city. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely the vibe I'm getting from that. We desperately need more homes. Heat demand is decreased. That'll get us 250. Once that's up and running. Severe cold, notable disease, notable crime. Don't even have enough materials for that stuff yet. The abandoned mine outpost is currently extracting coal. 250 coal. Oh, 10 of them are required. Oof. Oh, cool. I can actually see the coal mine and the trail that I built. Oh, that's really neat. I think if we fix the heating problem, then I can get all those other wayfarers, wastelanders. That should allow me to turn off all these emergency shifts. Cindy's pa went and got her a governess like she's going to be a duchess or something. Not on our watch. We roughed her up right. Ferguson's boys will learn this too if they try and wife us again tonight. We'll pull razors and say we'll cut their eyes out. It'll be good fun. But what we want's a proper rumble. Short blades only. Who wants to play? The lack of a law regulating childhood is causing tensions to rise throughout the city. Chat? Council in session in 1 day. Are we ready to tell the children what to do? Oh, I'm not actually allowed. I have to grant New Londoners the agenda.
Steward, do you hear us, Steward?
So what are they voting on? City development effort. The main district produces a small amount of prefabs. Chat. There's currently 56 for, 20 against, 24 hesitant. There's a couple other options under this law. Now, we don't have access to an unlimited amount of prefabs, so this can be nice. I don't know. We could go either way on this, honestly. This is one of these laws we could potentially change down the road. Hi, Mona. How you doing? You being a cat? Yeah. Talking to you. Hi. Mona looking at me like, what did I do? I didn't do anything. Pause the coal mine and do more exploration. Yeah, we probably could, but like we kind of need that coal. This is the old vote.
The delegates have spoken.
Law,
The
big
law
time rejected.
is tabled.
Said 5 people voted. But I guess not. Not allowed. Banned. Something went wrong there. Feels like that maybe that integration is a bit wiggledy. All right, it is going to get colder again soon, but only by 1. The stockpiles of food the captain has gathered have run out. After so many years, the resources in the pits are growing barren. Current output would satisfy some of the demand, but problems will mount over time. We must reach new deposits. Well, I'd love to do some more frost breaking once we have the money for it. 20 died, 30 got injured. We're going to end these emergency shifts.
Steward.
Faithkeepers support the Steward. Good news, due to good relations with the Faithkeepers, they conduct sermons to soothe the populace and ease tensions. They think it'll help solidify your rule. We should maintain their approval. Their performing sermons will remain active. Tensions are decreased. That's great. I think our next thing probably needs to be more housing.
The Evolvers encourage you to skip temple service and instead attend their prosthetic arm wrestling competition.
That sounds sick. I want to skip temple service and get into prosthetic arm wrestling. How much is it for new houses? 40 heat stamps, 200 workforce. The new problem we have is the workforce problem. You're still on emergency shifts? No. Stop that. I kind of want to like drop how many people are working here, but also we sort of need all that stuff. We also need all these materials. That might be... $57 weeks worth of supplies there. I think they're always something. We need a new and stable source of heat in New London to be convincing to all of them. An old observatory. And I need 10 teams to do that. How do I get more Frostland teams? Recruited by working in logistics districts. Okay. I understand. Drop the prefabs and I can start digging again. Hoi, 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 hoi. Deep autumn forest. I could grab that, and that would be 3 warm spots. So it won't introduce heat too badly. Coal is in a surplus, yeah, so we are starting to stock up a little bit. But like that's not gonna last. Both of our coal spots are like rapidly depleting. I might as well do that to pick up that last coal seam. That'll give it a bit more life. Oh, sorry. I must have not actually clicked this. We'll frost break that out. Okay. Things are rough, but they're improving. We can put together another thing here. I'd love to figure out what the children are doing. Society, family, childhood. No common rules. Crime is increased. Percentage of active workers or research in exchange for heat stamps. I would much rather take family apprenticeship. Viewer council. I'm going to have to negotiate this one. New London and Frostland are both willing to negotiate. Refurbishing goods factory. A bio-waste hothouse or durable goods. The New Londoners want advanced blasting coal mines. Squalor increased. That's not too bad. A calibrated goods factory. Or mass-produced goods. Step towards progress. This will also... The Faith Keepers will like this one. And I think that would also get us our win here. Children aren't yearning for the mines. Are you even playing this game correctly? It's a great question. They are yearning, actually. They're really upset that we had to shut down the mines for a while. $31? $32?
The delegates have spoken. The law is tabled.
This is clearly broken. Because it was like you're guaranteed to win this vote, whether or not chat votes. I'm going to put you guys back down at the base 40. And we'll try it one more time. Oh, really could have used that. Really could have used that law. What do I need for this material depot? Extraction depot? 600 workforce? Uh-oh. Feral children. 5 children are dead and dozens lay wounded after 2 large youth gangs met for what they called a rumble. Most of the children were armed with knives, and the fighting escalated to a full-scale battle. As the parents of the deceased mourn, many insist these children should not have been left unattended. Many backstreet alleys seem to be overtaken by uncared-for youth. Some areas are beginning to be dangerous even for the adults. You have 30 weeks to pass either family apprenticeship or mandatory schools. You want to know what the worst part about this? I made a promise to New London, and now I have to keep that too. It's gonna cost me $100. Ooh, it's also gonna cost me a core. Game is not fully out yet. Well, no, it is. It's like just pre-access right now. Like if you buy the deluxe edition, you have access. Can I can pause it, but that's it, hey? $250 coal. And it's going down. 120 people murdered by violent criminals. Hey, we're struggling with heat stamps. A group of evolvers have come forward with an idea of how to solve the solution. We should pass durable goods. Let us pursue it and the city will benefit. The evolvers look at distrust at what the other communities propose. They will surely appreciate you getting behind your idea. That's not going to help the heat stamps. These guys already hate me, and they're a really tiny faction, so... The kids who don't know what to do with themselves without their minds, right? It all comes back to chat, doesn't it? This is your doing. Honestly, I can't do anything. I have to wait for this advanced blasting coal mine now.
Give the right of way to frost-breaking teams in transit.
No more prefabs coming in. And we didn't pass that other law either. Crime is severe. Slightly increased by feral children. I would love to solve the feral children problem, but... Family apprenticeships. Viewer council. Let's try it again, Johnny. There's no way people don't vote for this. Like, in the actual council. I'm not going to negotiate for this. Crime is rampant through the city, and this will fix it. It will also give us active workers. Question the designer who made the issue icons look like sperms? I gotta take another look at that. All right, we ready? Votes are in. We're respected. People seem to like us. Okay, we got it. Oh, we got it, but not by much. Gordy, VM, I see you over there. 59 votes. 51 required. So that gives us a ton of more workforce.
Attention, citizens.
Which is fantastic. I have to get advanced blasting coal mines. I don't want our children toiling in the mines, says an evolver. Unaware that that is what they yearn for. I see my problem here. If I do that, I'll get that plus 20 heat bonus. I think that's the right idea. What else do we need? We desperately need housing. We need an industrial district as well with 40 heat stamps. That's probably what I'm going to build next. See if we can't get this crime figured out. Because the crime is really bad. The crime is really, really bad. I also need a permanent source of fuel. And the only way I could do that is by cutting off our current source of fuel. So, I'm gonna have to do that. At least temporarily. Worried about her son, looking for a culprit. Little Joey's been coughing all night. His forehead's as hot as the generator. It's the Turners. I know it's them. They got that new flu. Here they are strolling about the neighborhood, carrying on with their business. Killing people is what they're doing. The lack of a law regulating contagion prevention is now causing stress in the city. People are worried about the COVIDs. What do I need for this? 40? 40. One more week. Our materials are in the positive, so we can actually afford to build an industrial district. The housing district will be sad if I build it there, so... If I had only dug this out a little bit better. Because this is going to run out of supplies really soon, and it's going to have to get demolished. So I think I'm going to build it here instead. And we'll just spend the time frost breaking first. Children are allowed to work in places they don't get their expertise from. Not forced on family trees, but that's me. I mean, that's fair. I can't judge you too harshly. What do we got? 18 weeks? How long is this going to take? We got 60 weeks of coal left. Oops. Yeah, that'll be good. Like that. And then it will touch both this new district and that new district when they go up. We'll get the heat bonuses. Everything will stay nice and toasty cozy. We can expand this district. We already have the thing for it. So if it doesn't produce enough goods, we should be able to make it. Now we just got to focus on housing again. Which, of course, we're somehow out of workforce again already. Boy, that goes fast. Children are being little hooligans. We should punish their parents. That way, if they have more children, they won't let them grow up to be hooligans. Can we pass that law? All right, we do need to pass a law about health, contagion prevention. We can either support a quarantine. Contagious people will be placed in quarantine and cared for by the city. Shelter demand per capita is increased, but disease is significantly decreased. Or an infectious badge. Contagious people will be required to wear a badge that allows the others to limit their interactions if they deem it appropriate. I'm going to go with quarantine. Apparently, I don't even have the ability to let chat vote anymore. It seems to keep disconnecting me. Maybe they're like live fixing this or something. Or maybe it's just a little bit buggy. Like most people are not playing with chat integration, so it's like it's not really something I'm too worried about in the overall scheme of it. You guys can vote. People are hesitant. Small step towards equality. I don't know. Could I get anybody? Frostlanders are the only ones who are willing to negotiate on this. Resource efficient recovering and reprocessing old and discarded construction prefabs into new ones. I actually got to be honest. I kind of like personally connect probably more with the Frostlanders. Untreated sawmill. Frozen wood is cut into usable materials without undergoing treatment, speeding up the process but exposing people to spores and fungus. Slightly increased. Significantly decreased. That seems like a good deal. I like how they're like, no matter what, we want there to be more disease. Excessive fertilization district ability, which increases food output and disease. That's got me interested. I think the chat turned off again. Support the quarantine. Chat, it's broken. It's broken. I think we'll get this. We're gonna save. We're gonna load this bad boy back up. It's maybe having a bit of a glitch. Voting is odd. The window sticks around with the feedback if your vote registered. Well, it's literally like I was clicking the vote button and the game was just hanging, so there's obviously some sort of bugs. Steward. Steward. City, contagion, quarantine, propose, negotiate, Frostlanders, vote for hothouse. Whew. Hung there at 49 for a second, and I was like, am I going to lose by 2 votes? All right, we got to research a bio-waste hothouse now. But that should at least make people a little bit happier. We're having a major housing crisis.
People of the city, your council has voted.
All right, we need 50 stamps to build up anything there. Very subtle highlight. A highlight is a slight income in grayscale towards the black. Buildings and districts have requirements. If not fulfilled, they will cease to function. They also have demands. I think we do this already. Damn. So that's a way to make prefabs as well, but this is what I used to make goods, and it's like still not actually enough. That being said, we do have a mechanical factory. 180 heat stamps? Yuck. Yucko, yucko, yucko. Okay, yeah, we can expand out that way into those two other good crevasses. This coal mine is dead. At last.
Steward.
And this food needs life support. Citizens are grateful for our commitment to provide basic necessities for free. It seems to have made a bit carefree. My dog broke his back in the mine, and for what? Some meager rations, a poor quality lamp, and a pat on the back. I get the first ones for free, and I don't need no pat, says the youngster who spends his day playing a jerry-built guitar. Some great storm survivors are lamenting that work and responsibility are losing their meaning and ask to condition free essentials to perform a minimum amount of labor. What should we do? Free essentials is less effective at increasing trust, but layabouts will return to work. Demand work in exchange for free essentials, or keep providing essentials without compensation. This feels kind of fair. I don't know. I need workforce right now, like really badly. But it feels like it goes against the concept of helping everybody. Layabouts rejoice. The unconditional rights to free goods. Both have their ups and downs. So, we got to get that bio-waste hothouse. We still got to get that permanent fuel. Just got me a little bit stressed out. You guys like me. You guys are opposed to me. Neutral, neutral. Oh, I can raise a bunch of money from people.
Steward.
Gain members and secure additional seats in the council. Take a bunch of money from them. 245. Okay, this is good. 250. We can get from the coal mine coming back online. Just got a few more days. Lasts for 2 weeks. Okay. What do we got in the frozen bay? 6 more days. Frozen Bay explored. We have the others. In a cavern near the bay, we found a disturbing sight. Bodies in sturdy Frostland gear, neatly laid side by side and left to freeze, with black oil markings over their closed eyes. A ghastly burial ritual. They were headed to an old machine somewhere in the desolate coast. Would require a source of fuel we should investigate. Community of Frostlanders are eking out a pitiful living off of moss and small fish. With no furnace, they survive by sleeping shoulder to shoulder under a thick layer of furs. I like that it's like everywhere you go, you tend to get Frostlanders. I don't know that I can afford more people at the moment. So the desolate coast probably has the fuel source I need. But right now I need to turn that on. So my next question actually becomes, can I get another one of these whatchamacallits online? Expedition posts. And what do I need for this? 150? 180. I produce another 40 goods and 10 prefabs a week. Currently, I'm not making any prefabs. There's a small chunk of them left over here I can grab, though. They don't want to be near that. And I don't have enough of that dug out. Oh, that's so frustrating. I can't afford to be like screwing up my heat much more than it already is. Ho hum ho he. That's going to be 2 digs to get that done. With 800 prefab, we are running like pretty low on these. And like I need to build an entire other housing district for sure. Which is okay to build next to farmland. Just not next to industry. This definitely won't last forever. But 651 weeks is still a lot of time. All right, I think let's start with housing. I could almost get that doubled. Can I expand a house? I could expand this food district. Say like that. And then build a housing district in here. And I could get heating from both of those. We just need a couple more food stamps. Heat stamps, food stamps, same difference. This is some tasty balance. Right? That's the way to do that. The factory must grow. Now, are we about to hit colder season or are we already in colder season? Londoners are delighted with us. Assigned research increases relationships. De-radicalize faith keepers. What is your ability? They don't have a special ability. Good relations give you serenity sermons. These guys train workers to drastically increase productivity. Oh, 29 weeks? Okay. Bio-waste hothouse. What are you costing me? Chemical hothouse is the other option, which increases squalor. Also takes less people. Frostlanders have lost a huge chunk of the city, but we're also going to have a bunch of Frostlanders coming in, so I do need to make friends with them. I need 50 points for that. People are dying, freezing to death because we don't have enough houses.
Forecast
Oh,
for colder temperatures. Take action.
okay. Okay. We're gonna have to do emergency shifts. And we're gonna have to figure something out. My finger, these spindles. The boss lady keeps joking I'll fall asleep and get woken up by a prince. I don't get it. If a prince came near me, I'd rob him blind, then make him do the bloody spinning. But it's all right. Gonna beat my record today. Nice strong yarn. Auntie Babel says if I can weave, I can work with her in the mill. Family apprenticeships promises a better future for the children of the city. We passed that one, right? Yeah, okay, great. And we have the quarantine. Mass-produced goods would instantly pass. We are revered in terms of trust in the city right now. But it's also because I haven't let in all these Frostlanders from the waste.
In the measure passes.
But, you know, we don't really have enough room for them yet, so... okay, bio-waste hothouse.
Take note. A new rule enters into force.
And then we need to get another logistics thing set up so we can do more explorations. I'm kind of curious, if I turn this on overdrive, will that work? It will. And it will actually give us a small amount of coal back. Let's start frost breaking. It's like one away from there. We're gonna have to do it in 2 parts. This extraction district is out of juice. Which means we do need to get this prefab section up and running. $66 weeks of coal. Yeah, we got a problem. We gotta find a permanent source of fuel. Overdrive does damage the heater, yeah, but it'll buy us a little bit of extra time, so... The heater's in good shape at the moment. And I guess, like, this is mostly just crime, right?
Do not waste time on repair.
Otherwise, we're, like, okay. Do that, and then there's room for both of them. We're stockpiling food, like, pretty well, though. I'm just worried because these places are not permanent sources of food. All right. Logistics district. You know what? If I carve this out a little bit better. If I do it like that, actually, I can probably get the heat bonus from these farms alongside of it. This is going to be good. This is going to give us enough that we need. We can start exploring again. That produces 15, and the Desolate Coast required 10. We could start... But this also requires 10. I was gonna say we could start building the pathways, but we actually can't. man, the coal. I need another housing district. We could build it right here. It would also provide a bunch of extra heat to everybody. I think that's smart. It's funny how in the first game it was all about like just being able to build around the actual like cores and the generators that you'd make. Oh, we are hurting on material supply also. So we better frost break a bit more of this forest. For now. Six, right? So if I want the heating, I can only capture 3 of those together. And honestly, I think the heating is more important at this point. Learning to build everything together makes a big difference. Unused quarters, no contagion prevention. Steward, with disease control, disease is currently under control. More and more citizens question why we should keep housing empty for potential quarantine. It makes no sense. We keep maintaining these places just in case. They could make folks happy right now. A mixed coalition of delegates agrees with the complaints and has drafted a new law which would deregulate the issue. No contagion prevention law is now available on the council. I'm fine with what we have. We have no funerals. Harvesting funerals or ceremonial funerals. Unharvested remains will be incinerated and the ashes transferred to relatives. Research increased. Disease decreased. Trust loss resulting from death is decreased. I feel like harvesting funerals is maybe the better choice there. Guard enforcers, guided voting. Rule laws require 2/3 majority to pass. Communities will vote based on their relations. In times of high tension, they will be more inclined to support, giving you more power. Bureau of Propaganda, Secret Police. The people are divided on harvesting funerals. I do feel like this is a good choice. But I tell you what, I'm just going to let them vote. Let them make up their minds.
The votes are in. The measure fails.
Very good. Very good. There's only so much we can do. Frostlanders are delighted we kept our word. Relations improve. That was for the bio-waste hothouses. 197, 220. So that's actually got 80 heat stamps. Produces another 70 food, but increases the disease. Unlocks excessive fertilization district ability, which increases food output and disease. There are options. Okay, we have enough to explore the coast. Launch an expedition. 25 and 25 to go that way and that way. 20 and 20 to go those ways. 10 to go up here. Launch an expedition. Cancel that expedition. Start building roads. All right, build a straight road then. You don't want me to build nice fancy roads? Just cut it straight across the sea. That seems safe. Why not? They done? They built it that fast? Oh, they built that super fast. Okay, the approach has all of this like coal veins up here. This looks like oil. Forests. Game. What is this little spot? High pass. We are going to explore that place. Because it looks like that's probably the permanent source of fuel. 17 on houses. We're still doing really bad on materials right now. Ooh, and we're really low on workforce. Ruh-roh. A couple people died during emergency measures, but I'm fine with that. Don't find anything requiring a road. Isn't that a waste? I mean, it seems like they led me to believe there was stuff up there that is gonna be good, so. Living to join his wife in the beyond. 90 years old, 90 summers. Well, winters. I had a good life, I guess. I've had a life anyway. Not everyone in the same Quinty crew can say the same. I've always thought I'd be sharing my lady's grave, but now Pete's pressuring me to donate my body to the city. Apparently, the doctors are using dead folks' skin to fix up frostbite or something. Can't they leave me alone? Haven't I been through enough? Listen, man. I tried to get them to cut you all up, and they didn't want to do it. The city voted against me. You want me to build a mechanical factory? I want to build a mechanical factory. This seems like a no-brainer. I'm just convincing you to do what I want, even though I was going to do what you wanted anyway. I do got to build a mechanical factory now, which is going to cost me a lot. 180 heat stamps.
Attention, citizens. A new law is in effect.
48 weeks of coal. Ugh. 300 workforce. That's not going to do. I need 600 for that? Uh-oh. I mean, I guess this mine is going to run out in like 46 weeks, so... Will last for 4 weeks. That's it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's about to get chilly in here.
Terminal patients are encouraged to maintain a healthy diet. Chances of a successful depend on it.
Sorry, Nazar, I didn't mean to cut you off so abruptly. Oh, man. All right, we're going to have a hard time right now while we wait for this fuel. Oh my god, I'm running out of prefabs as well. I guess if I built this thing, it would at least create prefabs. I think. The way it reads is that it produces both prefabs and goods. So if we had a trickle of this coming in... could be nice. Yeah, and here comes the cold. Almost at completion, though. The desolate coast is explored. What do we got? An oil cistern. We don't know how to use oil. An old dreadnought lies in a crevasse, wagon spilled into the nearby snow. Clear signs people have come and gone from the site, even storing goods here. But what amazed our scouts the most is huge quantities of readily available oil. This is the tutorial. That's really cute. You'll be able to build a new colony on this site. And a mangled cart. 3 cores. If we can only get through this canyon, then we can set up a permanent base next to the oil. Is there any reason not to do this? Yeah, cute. This is totally the tutorial. Oil tombs, the nomads. On the broken shores lies an old derelict dreadnought. Seems to have been upgraded to run on oil as it rests beside rich deposits. Perhaps the site was a refueling station. Deep in the black pools lie rows of frozen bodies wrapped in shrouds and placed in the still wells. Our scouts shudder at the sights. These oil deposits surely would solve our fuel needs, but we'd have to desecrate these graves to access all of them. Yeah, get the hell out of the way, corpses. Oil will save the city, but we need to adapt the generator to use it. In the meantime, we need to establish a reliable supply. It's time we settled beyond New London. Connect it with a solid trail and create a colony. This will save the city, they say. That's the dreadnought there, right? I think that counts. Requires 20 Frostland teams. A trail connection to the city. Okay, we're working on that. London loves me. We built the super output. It does make 10 prefabs a week. I am correct on that. And actually, our goods are in a surplus. Now, that being said, our materials are going to crash rapidly right now until we can get that up and running. And I need 20 Frostland teams to establish that colony. Can we upgrade the Frostland? Yeah. Though not super easily. Solid black we go to liquid black to burn. Okay, we just got a ton of new population. I'm very happy to see that because I desperately needed them. I think that's the way to do it. Keep the heat going. Build in small pockets. Truth be told, I'm probably going to need 2 of these here anyway. So this requires the deep deposit melting drill building. Deep melting drill building. How do I get deep melting drills? Worker shifts. Heat demand in districts other than housing is decreased. Machine-centric shifts. Workforce requirements is decreased. Squalor is increased. Sawmills filtration towers. Rapid filtration decreases squalor but results in injuries. But requires less heat. These require oil. $75 oil supply pump jacks. Facility injected high pressure water into the ground to speed up oil extraction. Hydraulic pump jacks or fracking pump jacks. Squalor or disease. Honestly, I feel like disease we're doing quite good on. Squalor, on the other hand, is actually also not bad. We explored the approach. A whale mine, possible settlement. Multiple pods of whales froze here after being pursued by humanity's last whaling vessels into the freezing harbor. The scouts are amazed at the sight of the massive bodies made pale by the ice. Finally, I found my white whale, the scout commander jokes. No one laughs. Years ago, the captain sent a team with machines to bore through the ice and mine out the whale meat. We could take the machines back to New London to assist their extraction, or send a new team here to finish the job. 10% production efficiency for mines in New London. Or establish a whale mining outpost. Obviously, a whale mining outpost for food. That's way better. Supply it by 100 food until its deposit of 100,000 food is depleted. Okay, I don't need that right away. A coal hauling crawler, half buried in snow. Appears the transport navigation devices were tampered with on its charts. Graffiti has been etched into the side. New London leeches. 50,000 coal. Is that just like 5 temporary guys? That's it? That is. Oh my God, that's incredible. So we need $50 and we can get that whale outpost up and running too. We are starting to run lower on food, so if we could offset a little bit of that, we could probably pull some like workers out to work in other places. Can we just bring the machines back after?
An automaton
A
has
valid
broken
question.
down and is blocking traffic. Technicians are on their way.
I guess the Dreadnought is like the next quest. Love it. What else do we have? The graveyard. Coal. The meadow. Oh my god, it's just like it keeps going in like every direction. The frozen ocean. The frozen sea. The further we get, the more I want to keep exploring. The more I feel like the Frostlanders are the real winners here.
Steward.
A father has come to our offices with his son. They both ask you to hear him out. The boy is not cut out for being a blacksmith. His knack is for words and poetry. I can bend steel, but he can stir souls. Let him apprentice under someone who can teach him to use his talents. They echo the sentiment of the family apprenticeships, which limit the prospects of children born into an arduous career path. Children are willing to find mentors that shouldn't be forced to do apprentice to their family. It's less effective, so we'll have less workers, but we'll improve relations with the evolvers who do hate us. The Faithkeepers already love me. Let's be flexible. Guitar tutor demand grows. That's what we were really hoping for all along. More guitar tutors. All right, somehow I am still perpetually in a housing crisis. Ooh, I'm also in a prefab crisis. Okay, these guys come next. We'll go to something like that. Yeah. Break up some of that frost. It is New London. It's not like a housing crisis is anything new. Facts. Hard, cold facts. So this is just up and running. Oh, it does take 10 of my team, though. This, on the other hand, this will cost me 100 prefabs. I tell you what. Where are our safe locations? For the time being, just because I need to get this material supply up and running first, I don't really have the prefabs to spare at the moment. So we can give that a shot. We have successfully passed every law. I'm going to try for guided voting. What if I negotiate with... And if I negotiate with New London, I basically just win it is the problem. $51.4. Somebody's going to vote for us. What do we need? We need 67 votes. Oh, that's right. We need majority. Oh, wow. I lost by 2. We need 2/3 majority for those jobs. All right, Londoners. You're in charge. Steward. I can cancel that emergency shift. We got the 50,000 coal stockpile. So we have a little bit of breathing room here. What I don't have is a workforce to pull these prefabs out. God dang it. Nice. I can just pull that off. Get all those prefabs. Get the heating bonus. Yeah, you can't vote. The voting is bugged out. It's like every single time I go into it, it's glitching. So, and it's just like removing votes or not voting at all. So, annoyingly, I had to turn it off. $29 weeks of coal left. I forgot about how close we were on this problem. I was just so scared of running out of prefabs that I forgot we're going to run out of fuel. I guess it is about to heat up, though. And if it does that, the temporary coal deposits we have should be... like, the outpost should help. Food, hot food in exchange for nothing. They could have ignored me, discarded me. I would have understood. Instead, they fed me, clothed me, and smiled at me like I'm a person. I never thought I'd see the day when my city would provide for someone like me, someone who can only tank. One day, I'll thank them proper. I'll give back. We've made steps towards equality. Tradition, reason. I think I want to go like equality, reason, and maybe adaptation. But maybe progress. All right, here's the other thing. I could start taking in a bunch of Frostlanders. An operational scouts headquarters. I think I'm going to let him just finish this scouting expedition. Even if it costs me a bit. City development effort will be held in 10 weeks. Main district produces prefabs. I don't know what they're currently doing, but I do need prefabs. You can delay the weeks with the stockpile you have left. You need to lower the mine. That'll give me another couple of weeks. You're right.
A law has passed in the council
Why am I losing negative 600 now? Wasn't that like negative 300 a minute ago? The law that just passed. Was one that saved us on heating. New Londoners, you've damned us all. Damned New Londoners, you've ruined New London. Uh-oh, this is a big yikes. All right, I got a bunch of money. I need workforce to dig, though.
Steward.
I'm gonna give them some funding. What I should actually do. Why is everyone in favor of asbestos lining the houses? Probably should have done that a long time ago. This will all be over soon. I'm an evolver, adapt and overcome. Listen, we're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. We're running out of stuff, yeah, but look, we almost got this explored. Can't get too cold. Oh, that's pretty cold. Can we kick an overdrift for a little bit? Okay, that'll help. Pret a prosthetics, mass-produced goods. Steward, a young engineer, brought us novel designs to mass-produce prosthetics with a minimum amount of resources. Manufactured in standard sizes, they would allow maimed workers to get back in the saddle in no time. Sure, they won't be the sturdiest, but they'll cost practically nothing, and if one breaks, folks get another one quickly. Mass-produced goods increases the percentage of active workers, but increases material demands. Okay. I'm going to take that because I can just send those workers to get more materials. I think, / hope. Now, I can't fit this all together. Accessing the deep deposit requires a melting drill. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I could probably get those together. I think. Can't spell asbestos without the best. Hydro Buster, thank you. Keep me running, keep me alive. Is this done? Yes. The graveyard. We located a wrecked ship lodged on its side encased in a massive block of ice. The HMS Atlanta barely legible on the aft starboard hull. We were unable to get inside, but we found a jagged hole cut in the engine room full of coal and not much else. The place made our scouts uneasy. We noticed our compasses were behaving erratically. Probably best not to linger. 50,000 coal. And an Imperial freighter. The wreck of a mighty freighter marked with the colors of an old empire. The only wreck we see facing away from and not towards the coast. It seems to have collided with another vessel and partly sunk, but fortunately enough remains above the surface to be salvaged. An outpost for materials. 2.5 million materials. All right, here's the deal. I gotta turn that off. 3,000 colonists will settle here in the old dreadnought. You can transfer resources and population between a colony and a city. To send resources, open the panel of the colony and specify the direction. Sending resources supplies is limited by shipping capacity displayed on the panel for both sides of the transfer. To increase, you can construct skyways. Meet demand or prioritize fulfilling demand of a selected side of the transfer. Meet demand button appears when you hover over the resource. One side has demand for the resource, other has an output. In cases of fuel, heat demand is one that can be met. Make sure that the generator is turned on. When it's deactivated, you cannot meet its demand by resource transfer. Send transport right next to a chosen resource will only appear when an applicable stockpile has enough for another stockpile capacity. See, this is how End Zone 2 should have done their multiple settlements. Things like meet demand transfers. Send people. Sending employed workforces. Transferring takes time. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. 15 weeks to construct it. Okay. Can I look at the city? Oh yeah, cool. I love that it's the tutorial. That's like, that's really neat. Comes out tomorrow. Yeah. Should be on Steam. Yep. Thus we're on playing it. All right, that meets food production. Ah, interesting. It dropped workforce out of every single part of my city. Basically. All right, well. We're going to take those Frostlanders in, like, as soon as we're done here. I wonder, will my other cities have different laws and regulations? Or is, like, everybody just in the same boat together? All right, we're almost done heating up. And then it's going to drop 3 times in a row. Oh, no. Okay, this is literally like the last chance you have to be like, if you don't get the oil online, it's going down. Geez, that's the second prosthetic hand this month. Thank God I always carry a spare and I have 3 more at home. That new Grossman design is a bit flimsy, but at least we no longer have to worry about prosthetics. Hell, the whole city could lose a hand and we'd probably have some to spare. The stump hurts, though. I ought to massage it more often. I'm glad everybody is getting along well. Don't love that everybody started freezing to death. Bicarbonate soda. Effective use of removing oil stains from uniforms. The more you know. Asbestos lining. New passive proof. Ah! The housing insulation finally kicked in. Heat dispatcher food energy efficiency. Base heat demands of food districts significantly decreased. Heat capacitors, dispatchers. What do these do? Food extraction, industrial logistics, housing. Heat dispatch control center where engineering teams monitor and optimize district heating, boosting the generator's output. Because it generates 40 more heat. I tell you what I would like to do is increase the pump jacks because we're about to get this. We can do hydraulic or fracturing pump jacks. I'm having a real materials issue right now. But I'm also having like a workforce and an oil issue right now. That's only going to get worse. 60 material demand though? That's a lot. We're going to go with hydraulic pump jacks. No fracking allowed. How do we keep the cold out of your home? As best as you can. I guess all my teams are too busy gobbling up everything. I would love to just grab that coal so that we could stay alive. Even if it would take a really long time for it to get back to me. Problematic because I don't even have enough people to be digging right now, so I have money, but I can't really spend it. Ooh, the generator. Ooh. That's gonna be rough. It's about to heat up though. Oil deposits discovered. Topics relating to oil can now be researched. Send people, send resources. Colonists. Steward. Oh, that's kind of neat. Really just like gives you the chance to redo this entire tutorial. There's no food whatsoever over here. $4.4 million. $4.4 million. If I want homes, they need to be built down there. Well, I guess also they can be built next to the Dreadnought. How much does an extraction take? 6? 6 locations. I don't want it to be near the houses, so. We didn't club all the seals. No, we clubbed some of the seals. But not very many. Resource transfer. Warmer season.
Catalogs of the latest
107. Man, I am still running in bad news beers over here. Steward, everyone in New London is waiting the moment we get a steady supply of oil. So many fears would vanish, so many dreams made possible, but those dreams seem to be diverging. Faithkeepers paint visions of an eternally warm New London, as warm as only the eldest among us remember. But evolvers want us to use this newfound power to reach out and settle remote places on the Frostland. Both factions started thinking about how to use the oil. Not wrong. Question. I have all these teams. Can some of them go get this coal? Then we'll set up that outpost as well. What do I got? I got 5 people left. I could take these Frostlanders in now. I think that's probably a good idea. Oh, and it's a fishing village. I guess we'll need to build a path to it, but... good to see. You're going to be oil. I'd love to be able to dig out the stuff over here as well. You're really not going to let me do that? I have to dig together. That's a little frustrating. But all right, whatever. They're gonna hate being next to these prefab buildings, but like, whatever. I'll just deal with the squalor that it causes for right now. We are hurting on people. We're doing okay on food. Housing could use some work. Mostly still just concerned about how cold everything is. We have 7 weeks of coal left around London, which is something else. Eventually this will be destroyed and then we can just like fill it in. We can expand the district, take those extra spots back. How goes New London? It's good. We just got our oil pipeline online. Literally just this very second. Oh, do you only produce 60 at a time? How much do you need for this generator to turn on? 80. Oh, man. I see. I see how it's going to be. Don't bother transfer anything if that's the case. So we need multiple other oil fields here. Okay. Dig down to that and then we can get access to those houses. We can build below down here. Yeah, it's actually sheltered. So if we build houses down there, they'll be good. We can also expand these factories. At the risk of additional squalor, though. I guess we're working on the hydraulic pump jack still, so it might still take some time. 127 people froze to death. Where's that coal I had being shipped in? Heat stamps. We're struggling with heat stamps. A group of evolvers have come forward with an idea. We should pass durable goods. This does not solve the problem. But sure. If it makes you happy. I'm going to lose a percentage of active workers. My mass-produced goods, I think, is actually better. I think that's where the prosthetics are coming from, too. Alcarla Limo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Good to see my choice to save the children is leading to intended solution of less people. What about the Frostlanders and the Evolvers? Hiya. I should not have told him I would do that. I'm just trying to make everybody happy, and that is not a good idea. These guys are mostly against, but they're open for negotiation. Standardized prefab factories. Research is pretty cheap for us to do. Relatively. I mean, like, I don't know why I agreed to, like, do this job for these guys, because, like, I'm not actually having a heat stamp problem right now. I'm having a heat problem right now.
The delegates have reached a decision. A new law takes hold.
I'm having a housing problem right now. That I can slightly rectify. Not by much. What is this? That's an extraction district. Something like that. Oh man, it gets complicated when you start having to deal with multiple cities. She gets spicy fast. All right, so we have a massive squalor problem occurring now. Didn't I just clear out? Oh, I see. So that's all broken. The oil field can kind of just like creep up there. I'd argue. What I actually should consider here. Hurry, sorry. One, two, three. One, two, three, four, five, six. Then I could build that down there just in case. No, I guess it's only 6 long, so we can do it that way. And that'll give room for all of that to kick into place. What are we missing? Workforce heat stamps. How am I going to solve that? You have materials coming into New London. Food, coal. I need more teams. I still don't have a stable source of heat. I guess because this is not up and running. You're stable food. In fact, you're like overstable food. I'm gonna turn you off. There's some population for me. You guys need workers. For an extraction district, you need 600 workers, so you need another 500. Or maybe less. 480, let's say. Technically 476 is enough. Transfer all kind of resources to and from New London, including the stamps and everything, I feel like. Kind of like Anno. Or is it shared? I think the stamps, the prefabs, and the cores are shared. It looks like. But population and all the other bits and pieces are not. You have scarce materials of 100. You have scarce materials of 58. If I turn the materials location on, I can send 100 materials exactly to the oil refinery. So that would be a good idea. I kind of need to like expand these little city guys. Little go out into the wild guys. Almost got my materials fixed. I've almost got my housing fixed. I'm just going to creep you up the tiniest bit. That should fix that. These guys need the rest of the frost breaking, and I should be able to get that oil online. I have 4 days of coal left. Oh my god. Not enough heat stamps. Not enough workers. Oh, they're going to be a while away. We need to find a long-term solution fast, says the game. I guess I could start transferring 25. Get the stockpile here going a little bit as well. People transfer time left. It says 4 days. Okay, yeah, they're coming along. I just need the heat stamps. There they are. Here's the oil field. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shoot. Trying to get these guys to generate heat off of each other. One, two, three. 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. That would work. Gonna have to dig out more up here anyway. So let's just do it like that. Resources and upkeep that don't transfer. Game doesn't have the same vibe as Frostpunk 1. Frostpunk 1 had me on the edge of my seat in anticipation what would happen next. This doesn't have that. I mean, I'm definitely nail biting a bit here on just in terms of general survival. I don't feel stable at any point.
Do not succumb to wasteful fashion. A well-made coat
I guess
always in
I
style.
don't need you anymore. Coal mine. That prefab is almost done. What's going on here? I can see it. It's a little blurry, but the doctor told me it's going to keep improving. I asked whose corneas I owe my new site to, and a young lad fell from a rooftop trying to rob a hothouse. I won't judge, probably had a whole family to feed. Harvesting funerals are giving a second chance to the living. It's good to hear. We got teams available right now. That would be 10 people. We got teams. Yeah, multiplying. Those are dangerous. Dangerous. 18 weeks to chart the frozen sea. I think I should turn that on. I need 5 guys for that. There's really nothing I can do with 5 guys. We playing Mechanicus now? What did I miss? Yeah, we started harvesting bodies and also making prosthetics for people. It seemed like a more efficient choice. The roadways are crazy the way that these build. All right, what's going on with this? -5. That's I can make that up. Anticipation fills the air as the first transport of oil is sent to New London, a dream of future without feeling cold. To make it happen, we need to modify the generator to turn black heat into gold. It will be irreversible. Oh? I'm glad we dug up all those 50,000 deposits of coal. Chapter 2! Ambitions. Do we just keep going? I wonder if things change. People cheer as oil reaches the city, but the question remains what it means for our future. The years of suffering are coming to an end. Their leaders shout across the city squares. With the gift of oil and light of the furnaces, we can defeat the frost and build a warm paradise. Let us improve the blessed engine and pump oil until the snows of the city melt forever. The evolvers disagree. The frost is our reality. What Faithkeepers lecture is not only foolish, it's hubris. We can't wait for London's generator to rust. We have to adapt to this world, settle, and repopulate the Frostland. Frostkeepers approve, evolvers disapprove. Oil pump generators that only use oil unlocks ability to unlock unlimited deep deposits. Evolvers approve, unlocks adaptive pumps that uses any fuel, and unlimited output Frostland settlements. Oh, that's kind of cool. Unlimited deep deposits kind of sounds valuable, though. How do I vote for breeding rights? Listen, in this playthrough right now, we're leaning into the Faithkeepers. So we're going to defeat the frost. We're going to burn it all away. Burn as much oil as we can. Newfound oil can help us reach previously inaccessible deep deposits, which will never run out. We may tap into them for the security of the city. Melting deep deposits and generator upgrades are unlocked. Focus on the generator. Make a warm city. Construct generator oil pumps in the central district. Construct surplus injectors. Activate surplus injectors. Inject enough oil to reach heat surplus. Research melting deep deposits to build a deep melting drill optional. You're what I want. What do I need? $100? Squalor is increased. Which are virtually unlimited. Uh-oh. That's not what you promised me. You said unlimited. You lied to me. Standardized prefab factories. Promised to New Londoners. Did I promise that? Uh-oh. 1 week. Unlimited oil. I think we heard that before. Russian economy. As a warm-blooded American, I have to choose oil generators. At least a little realistic. I mean, it isn't unlimited, and I kind of knew that already because we have these things like, right? 100 million. It is a lot. Generator can run exclusively on oil, but with increased efficiency. Oil burnt in the generator will produce some squalor. Requires 2 hundo heat stamps. These guys look upset at me. But they're also weak. Merit, reason, adaptation.
Steward.
Tradition, equality, and progress. Steward. Right, I don't have the stuff for that. I am almost fully positive in this city. Minus the oil crisis. These guys are actually bleeding oil because the other place does not actually need as much oil as they're taking. Well, at least not yet. $50 materials coming in here. We got food problems. We got housing problems. I got extraction that needs to be done. Putting stuff near this generator would be smart. I'm actually better just digging up this. Shelter from the wind is 20 heat, no matter what. I'm going to transfer some more of these materials over here. Equal that out. Everybody's positive except for goods. And then we just need more housing, right? It's well-known English oil fields, right? Barely a city, like a village. I mean, we are like 100,000 people. That is very much a city. As someone who comes from a city of about 100,000. Well, actually, it's a bit bigger nowadays, but... All right, let's save up 200 and get some heat stamps. I guess this coal is still like valuable for a little bit. You can actually build more goods, and then you can transfer some of them over. So that their crime is not so bad.
Please give the right of way to frost-breaking teams in transit.
There's extra materials there as well. I'm happy to put all those people to work. Okay, so if I build oil pumps, it runs exclusively on oil. 12 weeks. Oh, what happened here? Some service workers aiding our prefab production are asking for better tools. It doesn't make a lick of sense. We muck about with basic tools while advanced machinery sits idle waiting for operators. Full-time workers are wary of the idea. It takes training to use these machines, training these weekend warriors just haven't got, said one veteran high-torque bandsaw operator. City development provides more prefabs but may cause casualties. Ban volunteers from professional gear. I'm gonna worsen relation. We can take this hit. Casualties will constantly cause us to take problems with everybody. I don't want the rookies using the good gear. It just seems like a recipe for disaster. Yeah, I can handle fancy buzzsaws and drillers. I'm not stupid. Ah, this is what happened here. You ran out of juice. We do have this iron mine. All right, hold on. I promised these guys I would research prefabs. So at least they'll be happy about that. And then I'd like to get another one of these explory mabobbers. And I guess 2 million materials would probably be kind of helpful for us. Does England have weekend warriors? It does now. How are we doing over here? We've definitely been better. So, if I build the rest of it out of there, does it still get that shelter from the wind bonus? I guess it does. You only need part of it to be sheltered from the wind. These guys also need a industrial district over here. They don't have the workforce for it, though. I don't know. Do they need the industrial district? Probably not. If I was just to send the goods over from our capital, that wouldn't be really a problem at all. Do something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They can keep each other warm. It is going to start getting colder, then colder, then colder before it warms up. Research and construct surplus injectors. Research melting deep deposits and build deep melting drills. Are there any new laws that we can pass? Guided voting, maybe. Yeah, so community service went on creating prefabs. It used to be on heat demand. Heat pipe watch. That's what they changed it off of. I can definitely get this. People really like me. I need 67? I need like a quarter of the hesitant people to vote for me? Ah, this would be good. Build a hydraulic pump jack. I should be doing that anyway. I forgot we unlocked that.
The eyes have it.
Now we can pressure people into doing what we want. $400 workforce, 180 heat stamps. I've lost some workers over here right now.
The delegates have reached a decision. A new law takes hold.
You're on 7 weeks. I tell you what, I really should build that first. Because I'm going to have to build it and then still turn it on. All of these things we could do with. What are our teams doing right now? Oh, we got a team like out here still digging coal. I want to do some exploring is what I want to do. Deadly, dangerous, deadly. Build a scout's headquarters or past the Pathfinder scout law to decrease the threat level. The frozen sea we can do with just 10. So, all right, let's do the frozen sea. 50,000 oil. Let's wait till we have that upgraded. And I guess we can keep that food coming in for now. Ah, we can also take in all of the Frostlanders. That ought to blow up our city population and cause me a lot of trouble. What a good idea. Immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, it starts. All right, let's get those oil pumps going. This oil ain't gonna burn itself. Yikes. You guys got some housing. They need more people over here. So I am going to relocate some. I just like hope it's enough. Pro tip, it probably won't be. Minus food. Cold storage. Researchers and doctors have petitioned us to preserve the remains of corpses that have been harvested for organs. Science knows no bounds. Incinerating harvested bodies and returning the ashes to their relatives is a waste of potential. There will come a day where we can get more out of their remains, advocating we freeze them instead. Yeah, we'll hold on to the bodies. I can take a little bit of trust.
Steward.
Especially because I can just click that and it goes back up immediately. The Jenny is 100 OP offline right now. But we're about to get the oil.
Revolvers invites all citizens for a free consultation every Tuesday at 7 p.m. by the generator.
Long live the generator. Optimized for oil alone. Minus 41 oil. Uh-huh. Okay. I have like 3,000 workers here. Oh, I gotta wait till they arrive before I can send to other people. Okay. I need housing. I have a negative 91. I need housing. There's pretty much nothing else that I need. I think we're just going to have to build it out like that for now. If I have all this population, I might as well turn all the farms back on bust. As we figure it out. Place housing next to the generators. Yeah, I'm going to start basically just filling in this like section here. I guess the rich people get to live in the nice warm crevasse. $75 weeks. How much oil do you have? 31 weeks. Can be increased. Street prayers. Stewards, the faith keepers, invigorated by the wisdom of improving the generator and building a warm utopia, are rallying all citizens during street prayers. Listen, all who have spirit, the sermonizers cry. The captain's word, day 5, verse 3. The generator may warm our skin, but faith will warm our hearts. Rally, we have yet to build a warm paradise. The prayers continue and invigorate all who would listen. Do you want to ask them to promote to something specific? More workers, more heat stamp income, or trust? Recruit volunteers to enhance the workforce, or raise funds for the city's coffers. Oh, meeting the demand for goods also improves heat stamp income.
The faith keepers celebrate the Steward leadership in street prayers. All faithful are invited to join them.
Can I transfer pops? Yes. Am I aware that's a big number? Also, yes. So I'm going to build another one of these industrial districts. Is what I would like to do. I think I'm going to have to build it like here. That's got an infinite drill. We'll do that like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I'll build that one in here. So maybe I can make that work. 1, 2, 3. I'd have to lose one of these frozen forests, I think. Heat demand increases. All right. I need more oil. $180 heat stamps. And all those people. How do I make it so it automatically sends food? Meet demand. No. All right, we just need more goods. Ooh, man, we need a lot of oil. Cold comes drizzling, the cold more and more as the temp goes down. How hard is it to get trust? Because we have faith keepers, it doesn't seem too hard. Like, they've been keeping us in pretty good spirits. I just realized this doesn't actually have a path going to it. It also only requires 5 people instead of 10. If I have 10 to spare right now, I'm probably better off putting them there. For the meantime, what happened with that auto transfer? All right. Can I pass any more of these rules? Bureau of Propaganda. To foster cohesion, the Steward's words will be broadcasted throughout the city. Defeatist talk and slander will be prohibited. Deaths will decrease relationships less. Guided voting will decrease relationships less. Emergency council will decrease. Tension is decreased. People are kind of divided on this one. I need to get those hydraulic pump jacks up and running. That's kind of it. That's like end of story. I need to get those hydraulic pump jacks up and running. $180. Oh man, there's a lot to do. I'm actually wondering, should I borrow money? New Londoners are down to 32%. The Frostlanders are actually the majority now. This is because we took in so many. Yeah, see, I kind of felt like that was going to happen. These guys have this fist icon, and I don't know what it means. Fervor, I guess? Weak fervor? Yes, that's exactly what it is. Is there any way for me to remove fervor?
Steward.
If I de-radicalize them, but I need favorable relations with the Frostlanders. I could grant them an agenda vote. I don't know that they would get it, though they do have majority now. I guess that's the thing. Coal is not needed now. The oil use is a little too much for now, it looks like. Been about 5 years since the start of the game. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess you're right, yeah. Rallies, Faithkeeper rallies. God, you need everything constantly.
Discarded leaflets after the event.
Prefab factories unlocked. I have mechanical factories and prefab factories. Ah, okay, so this just makes more prefabs. This makes more goods. Research and construct generators, surplus injectors. Heating. Generator upgrades. Burns all excess fuel to increase output of all districts by 15%. Costs 4 cores. And $100. I don't have the money right now. In fact, I don't have the cores. Excuse me. Sneezing all over the place. Godforsaken animal. These prefabs are almost eaten up. 180. I think I'm actually going to put it on this deposit. Because it should last a little bit longer, I hope. What is there? There's one other oil deposit here, and that's it. All right, we're making 32 oil here with that bonus. But we're massively dying on houses. But I can build... No, I need to extract first. All right. London needs so much oil. It was only a matter of time we had an unusually long streak of mild weather, but now the meteorologists are clear. There's a familiar drop in air pressure. A whiteout is coming. Extreme colds in the clouds will blot out the sun, impacting food production. Without shelter, ample fuel, and a stockpile of food, our people will be at mortal risk. Heat demand will be greater. I don't see a whiteout here. Queued up. But I believe it. The great news is we have a lot of food. A lot of food. This balance button does not seem to work very well. Everybody has materials. We'll keep working on expanding the oil. We certainly need more houses, and we certainly need more goods. Honestly, I might just make more goods right now. Because more goods will mean more money, which means I can build all the other things faster. Maybe something like that. I mean, if it fixes the problem. A young eccentric inventor brought us a prototype of a lamp generating an almost endless supply of light by storing what he calls solar fluorescence, a lamp that never runs out. It doesn't need servicing or replacing, and the power can be redirected to other functions. He's asking for funding to produce it at a larger scale to benefit all citizens. Durable goods is more effective at decreasing good demand, but heat stamp income per capita is decreased. Here's the thing, if good demand is lowered, heat stamp income will increase. So now this new factory can go to paying off the other location. Pumadine, how we doing? Excited for Frostpunk? I know I am. Been really enjoying it, honestly. It's been a cool little campaign so far. We're going to pop in another housing district. I think that will fix for them. And then all I got to do is get the housing fixed here, which I just need a bit more money on. And then we can start working on research. More houses. Bada boom. Fortunately, I can't get that double housing district bonus there. That's grown up, blowing up. Change the building layout to something hex like that circular thing in Frostpunk. Yeah, it's because like you're now dealing with an entire map and like trading posts and all sorts of stuff. Oh, the frozen sea. A fishing trawler with a full cache locked in ice. Suggests the vessel originally hailed from somewhere called Canada, but we have no idea where it has been since. The catch may be edible if people in London have strong stomachs. Let's come back later. We actually don't need food right now. And nomad exiles. They want to integrate with our communities if we let them start a fresh new life. So we just got to figure out, like, how we're dealing with the people we have at the moment. Kind of wish this would show, like, when you click these, like, what food, all this information.
Help.
+1, +31. We're gonna need food for the stockpiles.
Maintenance office.
We should also build a goods upgrade here if we can afford it. We can't at the moment, but... Can I ask, is all of Twitch on ads every 15 minutes now? It shouldn't be. That being said, it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, New London is using all the materials again now, though. Oh, are we? We're in a full oil crisis again. Over trails capacity. Uh-oh. How do I upgrade that? Building upgrades, generator upgrades, rallies, colonies, trails. Trail construction from the panel of the element. Trails are built in sections. You can construct skyways instead of trails to transport more resources. Skyways increase the outpost efficiency and capacity of resource transfer. So you're telling me I'm not allowed to transfer this much? A few things I can do here. We have this materials deposit. We can just send this to New London instead. No, that was better the other way. Do we have food coming in? Maybe the food should just go to the old dreadnought. No, that's incorrect. Let's just stick to New London. Oh, no, I am correct. If that goes to the old dreadnought, and then we turn off the transfer of food. I'm actually at exact on that number. This is a little problematic, but we can work on fixing it. How am I over trails capacity? All right. It is what it is, I guess. Until we get that upgraded, that's all we can do. We have exiles. We have a catch. We need another trails team. Right, but we also need oil is what we really, really desperately need. This extracting district is done, so we're going to demolish it. We're building housing here. Prefabs. Just like I just need more oil. Whatever this thing I built here increased the output dramatically, the empty building slot. The hydraulic pump jack. 141 people murdered by violent criminals. Love it. Once every hour, yeah. The stream will pause, it comes back, I get ads. It seems to happen every 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, so on my stream, it should be every hour you get 3 minutes of ads. And I do that so like when you first click the stream, you don't get any pre-rolls for like the first hour. Oh, it don't always work so nice. What if I was to... Oh, I can't supercharge you. That will let me store more oil. I'm going to do that for right now. 62. What is the transfer? 185. Oh, no. Okay, I see. We'll cut it down a little bit, but Sorry, hold on. I just have to ban this idiot. Some days I need more mods in chat. Most days I do not. Every now and then you get an idiot. Looks like he got modded. He's gone to the great mod pit in the sky. That's how it works, right? Oh, what do we got? New lamps save lives. They may not be as everlasting as we were hoping for, but they're probably as efficient as we'll ever make them. They allowed a group of citizens lost in a blizzard to signal their position long enough to get rescued. Bless the whiz who came up with this tech. We'd all be dead without him. Glodpock. Goldpoke. Wow, I think I just had a stroke reading your name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Joined all those Reddit mods. My lord. All right, I'm losing a lot of materials. I still think oil is the #1 priority right now. And I'm very, very close to getting it. What is it, 180 I need? Ugh, it's so much. But it's done. One of my big problems is I have all this workforce, and I'm not really, like, putting them to work force. Next immediate priority is going to be getting this oil pump online. Why are you that tiny bit extra? Yes! Oil! Dude, no worries, my dude. Not a worry at all. Could have been bonking someone. I'm wondering if I shouldn't also be building, like, stockpile hubs. I'm a bit worried about this deep freeze we're going to have. All right, there's another oil. I feel like well, we're about to get colder, but then it's going to get warmer for a while. I feel like that will tide us over.
From the dangerous aspect of your job. This is how they learn.
What happened here? Oy, oy, oy. There's for some more of those over. Try to cut down on crime a little bit. Blessed with oil. Some of the faith keepers have begun using oil for their ceremonies, convinced that this divine gift will get us through the incoming whiteout unscathed. The devotee received a black smudge on their forehead, a sign of the righteous commitment to defeating the frost. Several made a pilgrimage to the old dreadnought to bless themselves with oil from the source. The devotion to the facing the frost is clear. Their fervor is increased. Uh-oh. Is that good for us? A little unclear on that. Such a rare occurrence for a mod of this channel to actually have to ban someone. I think there's like 5 people we've banned in 3 years. And only 1 for breaking like the 3-strike rule. Though we've come close to 2. Surplus injectors. Deep deposits. I'd like to get a materials workshop online here, especially on the deep infinite forest. And I'm worried about that going down, so I think I'm going to do that next. That would give it plus 40 heat. I don't understand how this one is not touching. Oh, it can't touch 3 tiles, can it? I'm gonna do it. That's going to be my infinite location.
Steward.
The guards have encountered a group of frozen, terrified outsiders at the edge of the city. They speak of stories spreading among the destitute groups, scraping by in the frozen wastes, that our improved generator can ensure safety for all, that people here have a future. Population growth increases, laws regulating outsiders' influx unlocked. Pop growth is extremely increased. Oh, let's take a look at those laws, shall we? Ban somebody for not liking cats. That's true. There was someone whose name was just like, I hate cats. And they were nice too. I've seen them on a bunch of other channels. I might have unbanned them after a while, but if you're banned, can you still watch the stream? I don't think so. I think I have that turned off. Accept all outsiders, admit no outsiders, or only allow productive outsiders. What's the deal I gotta make here? My research queue is full right now. You know what? Just let them vote on it. See what they have to say. Wasn't like that when you were banning yourself with commands?
The measure passes.
You can't actually ban yourself with those commands, though, I don't think. I'm kind of shocked that passed, but I guess we're letting everybody into town now. There's the whiteout.
People of the city, your
The temperature will drop by 60 degrees. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Part of me is like, do I just take these nomads in? Screw it. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? What's all this red? Oh, is this crime? Oh, no, it's cold is what it is. Because I'm not producing enough oil still. I'm still not producing enough oil with all 3 of these online. Send that to the dreadnought. Okay. Pretty much the only thing I can do is build hydraulic pump jacks to double these up. I know the violent criminals are violently criminalizing everybody. And I'm really sorry to hear that. I guess if I could build things to fix the heating, it could work a little bit. You guys need more housing over here as well.
You see, newcomer, outsiders idling. Do not be upset. Be proud. Our city is
I need another
the
180 for
future
this
of the destiny
other factory
of the
here.
Frostland.
And like, I need to be doing research. This is one of the biggest problems. Advanced pump jacks. $250. This would be good. This would drop the heat requirements of my city passively, which feels like probably a good choice. $100. Okay. I guess that's the next deal.
Steward.
We'll have to see. Absurd to live on the surface in these conditions. Dig a hole. I mean, you are correct, right? Go down to the hole, don't come back for a while. Research that reduces the amount we consume for the same heat. The oil would probably freeze at this point. Yeah, probably. Heat it up in the pipes with good insulation. The pipes probably wouldn't freeze. Have I asked for donations from factions to get more heat stamps? No, I actually haven't, because I don't want to upset anybody. It's maybe the problem here. It's probably a good piece of advice. Each research has alternative choices you can take. FX the power of the people. Yeah, I really like the way the tech tree works so far. There's been a massive baptism in oil in the Central District. Through oil, we are reborn. Through oil, we will vanquish the frost and subdue the earth. While the Faith Keepers insist it was an innocent religious ceremony, the Evolvers are strongly condemning this show of force. The whole evening prayer community action will be upgraded to organized baptisms. Praise be to the oil. All right, if that's the case, though, I want money. Give me some cash. You guys owe me. The Frostlanders also really like me right now. Can you de-radicalize your dweebs? They can. And they still like me. Yo, who was that guy? Figuin? Good call. Good call, my dude. You get a gold medal. What are we building? Let's get that mechanical factory up and running here. I have all these like bio hot houses and stuff as well. It's a real shame I wasted all this time blasting coal mines. I can build more than one research institute. Oh, I didn't actually know that. This I need to burn excess fuel though, but that's not really something. Facility uses pressurized coal liquefactor. Oh. This turns coal into oil. So the coal mine I have, I could actually keep using. I do want to melt deep deposits. But I feel like right now, let's lower the heat demand of food districts. Try to get this sorted out a little bit. We're only at 6 here. And we're at 55. I don't know what's going on with this. We're at max surplus in both these places, so I think this is just literally because I turned on these guys. That puts us back to 10. Honestly, if I have max food on both places, let's pull these guys out and let's go do some exploring. We're not going to be able to pretty soon. Scouts will be injured. There's cores here. I need cores. Rugged terrain. There's also cores here, and this is much closer. We're going to go explore. Covered in oil, like you'd be burned alive. Taking my evolvers and we're revolting. I got to be honest, like I think I would rather play as the evolvers. Having a bunch of settlements seems really fun. It seems more logical, survivable. I think it fits my ethics a little bit better. But it is also fun to just be crazy lunatics. I built this logistics outpost up here. Or started building this logistics outpost up here. I need workforce. Rallies begin collapsing. Your relationship with the Faithkeeper has deteriorated. They no longer support you enough to rally in your favor. Oh. I needed that rally. You guys only have 171. I can't believe it. I actually need more of those populations to show up. I don't even think I can build housing districts right now. 200. If I did that, I could build another housing district. Probably 1, 2, 3, and then I could also get like a generator housing district from them. Smarter to do that would actually just be to dig this out. I only want it right next to the generator. So why don't I build like industrial area here for an expansion? Lido, hello. How we doing? Howdy. Now the Faith is a red marker, but the other one does not. Oh, fervor. So it's literally just saying that their fervor is weak. So I think they have 3 levels of fervor, and they start like rioting at level 2, maybe, and then civil war at level 3. Love how I was like, I need all this money from you guys. And then they were like, okay, here you go. And then I was like, oh, I'm out of people. I just immediately was like, oh, whoops. Whoopsie. Yeah, all right. Are you on overdrive still? Oh, you are. But that's okay. It's not okay, actually. How can I not possibly give you enough oil to stay running? Is my town truly so badly created? I guess housing, whatever this food, energy, insulation I'll get will help. I did it! I've got my place in paradise! Oh. What's going on over in the other town? Intruders! A group of strangers have arrived at the old dreadnought. They call themselves the Wanderers. They're the type of guys who never settle down. They roam from place to place. They roam from town to town. They seem to be a nomadic tribe for whom this wreck was a pilgrimage site. When they learned their tombs were destroyed, they were furious. Clenched jaws, the only sign of outrage. As we've taken their camp, they ask we provide a stockpile of oil that will be able to survive them without the whiteout. No, absolutely not. I'll need 12 guards to protect the colony. 30,000 oil? Get the hell out of here, dudes. I have no guards. How do I even get guards? The Central District provides guards. You need to keep up with more. The main way of recruiting them is building watchtowers. Yeah, man. Logistics base, scout, headquarters, skyways. Oh, I should probably unlock that a long time ago. War compensation, famine, housing block. Watchtowers. 12 scout guards. Decreases crime but causes tensions to rise. I think I have failed to stay on top of tech pretty strongly. I would make some arguments for. That gives everybody a boost. So let's do that. Have faith in the council. Am I on the council? Wish we the council got a choice there. That seemed important. Yeah, unfortunately the Twitch voting is kind of broken. I would definitely like to play this through with like full chat votes the whole way. Honestly, maybe on like a Utopia run. So I got to do this before the old guards return. But I need to get through all of this tech first. Heat demand is increased. Sweet Jesus. Sweet Jiminy Crickets. "40 seek protection from crime." I think it's starting to fall apart on us, dudes. Alright, we just picked up 15 more people. What's this? Nomad encampment. Oh, I can also send guards from New London. Is everything running right now? No, food is not. Though I happily could make it. Damn overtrails capacity. Get out of here. Away with ye vile beggars. 25, 25, 25, 20. I think these are all 20 plus. The coast. You cannot explore this area. 25, 25, 20. Yeah, okay. All right, whatever. That'll work for now. That evens out, at least. I keep right-clicking to close this menu and not realizing, like, it stops everything from working properly. Oh, goodness gracious. That's finally starting to be run down. Starting to run low on materials. There is this big iron mine up here.
Do not be alarmed by any unusual noises coming from the
We don't
generator.
really have the population for it right
Routine
now.
maintenance work is underway.
I could probably just turn off a food district, though. Try for that. Another thing I was wondering about is like whether or not I could build more research institutes, but they all take workforce, so probably not. Putting too much stuff close together is bad. Squalor. Squalor increases your material supply upkeep. So the higher your squalor, is my understanding. When there's not enough materials. Oh, here we go. High squalor increases disease and tension and decreases population growth. Actually didn't know that about population growth. Population increase. Fantastic. I find it weird how these events just trigger like that. That they're like, suddenly, here's an arse ton of people. Bet you weren't expecting this, were ya? What if I put one there and then I expanded you there, there, and there? Did that work in a kind of crazy way? I'd make an argument for it. I don't know if that's going to fix 50, but it might. That'll fix food. Materials need other things. These guys need more housing. What do I need to build a housing block for them? 200 workforce? Let's do that. And then if I could only get the materials figured out, I might actually be okay. Chance, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Minus 865 heat. 1922. 168 people froze to death. Great. The housing will help with this. Not entirely, but... Crime is extremely increased due to population size. I wonder if doing this heat surplus is like my problem. Like the fact that I can't do heat surplus means I'm like... I assume the heat surplus is like it offsets the extra oil you need. You guys don't have people working the oil. You don't see how that could be maybe a problem? Oh, that gives you both already, hey? So I can put your last spot there. You won't boost this guy any extra, but you'll get 2 boosts off of that, so that's pretty good. And with that and that, you should be okay. Holy moly.
Steward.
If it wasn't for the oil, we'd be fine. The Faith Keepers have extended their rallies to a new district. During the recent event, they announced a new idea regarding work compensation, a new law on its own, equal pay, and presented it to the city. Labor is labor. All will earn equally. This will eliminate discrepancies between workers and the elite. I like this vibe. What do you guys need? Research. Weather adjusted shifts. Heat demand in districts other than housing is decreased. All right, I'll do it. Or at least I'll try for it. The eyes have it. Tension is really high right now. Just kind of hoping these guys could maybe get some trust going here. How do I get their fervor down? Promote them. They are 20% of the city. There's almost more Faith Keepers than there are New Londoners. Man, we've really picked up a lot of Frostlanders. Empowered by your support, the Faith Keepers have extended their activities to a new district. Their members can be seen on every corner, and they hold periodic rallies near the district's main hub. Work stamps, heat stamps, trust. I'll go with heat stamps. You want me to pay everybody equally? Oh, I have to research weather adjusted shifts. They might get betrayed. 167 people froze to death. Can I build another housing district? Survey says, I think so. $19. You guys are 18, but you're filling out the houses right now. $20. So a housing district is 20 houses. Outside of the freezing to death, these guys are doing great. Claiming I received men at night or that I ate Mrs. Crenshaw's cat is no longer enough. Now they mark my door. Even Ginny the shopkeeper is avoiding me. I've had enough. I'll go through with her damned baptism. It's just a bit of oil after all. A smudge, really. One mark for another. One that will buy me peace and quiet. Ah, the Faith Keepers are harassing people. Who could have foreseen that's coming? Yeah, there's really no way for me not to just be kind of freezing at the moment.
Sinners rejoice. The Faith Keepers will conduct a mass baptism.
Crop selection. Okay, we need watchtowers. 12 weeks. Heg Hills explored. 299 injured. An abandoned lazaret. These buildings were used to quarantine infected New Londoners. They now lie silent and forgotten. Scores of wooden crosses, a grim reminder of what happened. I don't really think we need that. A wise woman's camp. A wise woman for who these hills are famed. Some are, in fact, New Londoners who left during the captain's first days. They would be pleased to return now that we have a council and they can bring some cores with them. Faith Keepers would be unhappy, but I'd get 3 cores. Think about that. Schismatic Temple. Our scouts found a circle of frozen naked bodies lying around a strange idol made of ice. Nearby sat a pile of Faith Keepers' robes. The temple has fallen into disrepair. We could salvage it, but the Faith Keepers would prefer we destroy all evidence of this place. I'll say, I don't know that I need any of those things. You might have coal. Food, cores. That place is deadly, though. Prefabs and cores. Food and cores. I don't think of like where we really need to be sending teams right now. And also like how many people do I really want to be getting injured over and over again? This is a safe place to explore, the valley. Oh, as is this. All right, well, look. Let's send out 2 safe expeditions, then. Seems like a smart play. Trust is super high, but tension has never been worse. Religious maniacs are causing problems. I do need the cores. We actually literally need those for research. Well, we'll get to them. Why are you giving me exclamation marks over this? If you guys just work the houses that we have, we'll be fine. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. You can sacrifice trust for research. And you get like a temporary boon. I'm at like max trust all of the time. I feel like some food hubs might be a good idea. Just to increase our storage a little bit. But I think until we actually have the population, I can't really afford to do it. Pretty much just waiting. Okay, there's the surveillance watchtowers. 100 workforce. I'm 1 short. I promised I would do weather adjusted shifts. Only takes 6 weeks of research.
If you're unsure whether foraged food additive is safe for consumption, consult your local scout office.
That's a lot of people freezing to death. What do we have more than what we need? We have like more food than we need. By quite a lot. I'd like to get these housing districts back up. Okay, and then I can build a surveillance watchtower. Put it right there. Warmer season. Heat demand is decreased. We're about to have the cold snap, though, the whiteout. So the other thing we need to do is set up food stockpiles. Near food stockpile hub. That gets 2. Minus 10% workforce required. Interesting. Okay. We have guards, so we can go deal with those people now. Relations with the Evolvers have become unbearably tense. They see your current efforts as utter folly and spit on the ground when you enter the council. If there wasn't a whiteout at our door, you'd be out here with our fists held high, dragging the city to a halt until you finally saw reason. We might want to placate them. They will take action after the whiteout if you cannot keep their relations at least neutral. Research refurbishing goods factory. I guess we could do that. I also have a lot of money.
Steward! We are calling you, Steward.
So I could also just do that. I'm gonna send a goon squad to go beat up those nomads. We're actually doing like pretty good on cash. But we're still doing really bad on oil. Oh, this isn't going out anymore. Take off that food. Blocked by a storm. Oh, that's what this is. Huh. Okay. Can I expand these districts? I can. This might help me out a little bit. I did want to build a prefab district here as well, but I don't know that I really have the room for it. I need a workforce. I need a workforce, and I don't got the population for them. So that's that. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Getting so angry, we keep helping the faith keepers instead of ignoring them. I mean, we're helping a little bit of everybody, I think. Equality, adaptation, reason. I'm doing a weird hybrid build. Frostlanders improves, trust increases. So what do they need? A refurbishing goods factory. All domestic goods, no matter how soiled, are refurbished. Plus 60 goods. $11 weeks. 11 weeks. 6 weeks. Just gonna complete that first. All right, I've doubled my food stockpile here. I actually just don't have enough people to run all the jobs I need. There's an unlimited food deep core there. There's an unlimited food deep core here. And there's also this frozen forest of 100 million materials. Question is, what do we really like need more pressingly? Food district damage and active vandalism. Rude. Who is going about vandalizing things on me? 2,442 poor people live among us. $1,800 extra beeps. $13. All right, that's 2 city districts unless I move some people. The nomads surrender. Our guards attacked the nomads' camp. Overwhelmed and outnumbered, the nomads surrender and approached to parley. They took great care to avoid the sight of the graves we desecrated. Then we made ready to return to their families. We'll never be content with what happened here, but we cannot fight you. May the Frostland judge you as she does. Our scouts have reported their victory won through little bloodshed. The nomads fled almost immediately. Certain this would not be a fight, but a slaughter. They are confident they'll never, ever, ever return. Me, not so confident. The problem I have is I need to create, like, materials here. This place is using 210 materials. If that site was online, they'd provide 200. I guess we'll push to that with you. And set up that as our transfers. What would I need to get an extraction district? 600 workforce. And if I move that many people over, I'm also going to need room for more housing. But let's do it. See what we can't get done. All right. These guys will need more housing districts. So we're going to just have to build one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That just fit. Yeah, all my materials are starting to break down. Until we get our deep drills going. So, I want to say extraction district here as well. That's going to be almost destroyed, so... Why don't we build something like this instead, and then I can build the farm to heat it. Yeah, because
Do
that's
not
running
try
out
to
really
avoid
quickly.
the surveillance.
All right, we've explored a bunch more stuff. Fortitude Valley, we have the Dreamer's Mine. An outpost here would supply us with 200 materials. We also have the Rowett Expedition, a possible settlement. An abandoned base welcomes us with the Fortitude sign. The roof has collapsed on a lab where scientists studied the cause of the frost, but the training halls remain intact, along with the equipment used to attempt to contact other generator cities. We could take all the preserved supplies back to New London, or we could leave them, make reactivating the base less costly. Exploration cost decreased. That's a whole other base. That's really nice. We have an ice smelter, another possible settlement. A huge mine and smelting apparatus provided the steel used to construct the nearby generators on behalf of the Imperial Exploration Company. A crew of 1,000 once lived within and below the machine, only a small fraction of whom made it to New London. The captain sent a crew with cores here to establish an outpost, but there's no sign of the crews. But the cores do remain, along with many salvageable components. Restart the machine. It's another 250 materials. This solves all my material problems. Freezing winds buffet this part of the valley. Following our oldest maps, the scouts found a generator construction site buried in the snow. Little of use remains. The area contains resource deposits, but they're too inaccessible. Okay. So, prefabs. Prefabs. Why don't we take in these wise women? I really don't need those prefabs. So we could just say, I'm just going to wait until those show up and they get mad at me. Too dangerous to chart. Yeah, that storm is really rolling. Let's throw an expedition up there. Actually, no, let's build some trails. Coming through the gorge feels like it's probably a good idea. But I guess, like, let's just connect to that for right now. And we'll get little baby steps in. One step at a time. Deep deposits. Resource deposits are accessible straight after building an adequate district. Deep deposits have an enormous amount of resources, are more difficult to excavate. Require deep drill buildings. Deep melting drills. Okay. So we can get the generator upgrade. Let's get this good factory, though, first. Because it'll just, like, get them off our backs. These cost cores. So the question actually becomes, what do I need the most? Well, we have some cores to spare. God, all of the buttons are right next to each other, which is kind of nice and also kind of frustrating. Okay, so I was going to build an extract and district on this guy. 2, 3. But I wanted to expand that so that he could gain his heat. So we're going to have to frost break first. We're still cold. If I could start bringing in that coal and melting it into oil.
Take note. A new rule enters into force.
Weather adjusted shifts just saved us a lot, though. That almost did it. Ever so close. And I did just get a notification saying that this whale outpost is almost done, which is a lot of our food right now. We got 20 people ready to explore. We got a handful of stuff. We could try just setting this up. Can we go over this? You know what? I think I'm just going to actually, like, visit the gorge, because I think that's going to be a better pathway through. It's literally how they describe the place. And then I think, I don't know, man. It's the 26th of December. It was literally Christmas just yesterday. Perhaps this is the perfect time to leave it. Perhaps this is where we finish it off for today. I think so. Thank you for joining us for our first look at Frostpunk 2. Hopefully we'll be able to come back and get a little bit more of this, because it's very fun. I really like it. I like what they've got. Yeah, it's got really kind of interesting, like, district management. The way that they handle the trading in between towns, I think, is like pretty good level of automation. It's like a little hands-on, but it's not too terrible. I'm very curious to get into the Utopia builder and see what else the game has in terms of, like, just the constant repetitive open world. Right now, I just want to dig into so many of the events. It's a great plate spinner. I'm excited for this big whiteout, but we'll have to see it next time.